Yeah. We are living in a world of big data that is empowering businesses and organizations to make data driven decisions. Because of this need, data science has become a key and central technology for this information age. Beginning the day with this fact, I, Neha Sharma, on behalf of Department of Information Technology, wish you all a very good morning and welcome you all to the inaugural ceremony of First Data Science Conclave 2022. As goes without saying, in order to mark the beginning of this event, I would like to welcome our chief guest for today, Dr. Neetu Bhatnagar, Registrar, Manipal University Jaipur. Ma'am, we would like to thank you for taking out time from your busy schedule. Now, I request you to kindly motivate our students and members of the audience with your kind words.
Thank you, Dr. Neha. Am I audible? Faculty of Engineering, Professor Rajv Singh Shekhawat, HOD Information Technology, Professor Pankaj Vyasji, Professor Sumit Srivastava, other faculty members, all the faculty and student participants. It's my privilege to be addressing this data science conclave on this occasion of this inaugural ceremony for this particular conclave. So as we go by the terminology which is being used for this conclave, that is data science. So it is often said that data is the new oil in today's time. We live in an ocean of data and yet starve for data because they're often raw and unprocessed with lots of hidden insights which may be drawn from them. Data is getting generated from a lot of devices, events, activities, business scenarios, etc. in all the business domain. And we have tools and technologies to tap these high volume data and to mine it to get meaningful insights for informed decision making. When we speak about our universal, we utilize the data captured from different sources to draw many important conclusions for the benefit of all stakeholders. In my understanding, data need to be captured in right format, processed meaningfully, using appropriate tools and visualized and suitably presented to the decision makers for insightful decision making. And that is what is needed from our end. That's what we call the data science, where scale and volume of data is very high. This data science conclave is one such initiative by Department of IT to allow students to learn, discuss, and interact with experts of the field from both academia and industry. I welcome all the participants to this data science conclave and also welcome all the uh, dignitaries who are representing from academia and industry who will be part of this conclave, and there will be a lot of deliberations around. Our university, as you know, it was founded in the year 2011 from the state of from the state act, and within 10 years, today this year we are celebrating our decennial year, and this particular conclave is part of this decennial year events that we have been doing since last year. So in this last years, we have achieved many more accolades, not only from the government of India, but also from the government of Rajasthan. And we have made a mark of our own in this entire country. We have all the streams. It starts from engineering, and to tell you, we started with a very humble beginning of 250 students, but till date we are a multidisciplinary university with most of the domains that we are we are having, and we are nearly about 11,000 students who are with us right now in the regular programs. Apart from this, we also have our Directorate of Online Education, where we find almost 10,000 students who are registered with us for the online programs. So this is how we have moved. We are NAC A plus accredited, and with NIRF ranking in the band of 100 to 150. So we plan to make to go to achieve more and more. And this type of events, when they are organized at the department level, at the university level, that brings a visibility to the university, and that is what is needed. So visibility is one part, but then it also gives an opportunity for all the students to get an insight into what is actually happening in the industry. So I'd like to congratulate HODIT Professor Pankaj Vyas, Professor Sumit Srivastava, and their team to have thought of this important 2 days conclave on data science for the benefit of students and faculty members. I welcome the resource person from reputed organizations to have taken their time from the busy schedule for sharing their thoughts and knowledge with all the participants. I'm sure all the participants are going to get benefited with the deliberations that are going to happen in these 2 days. Once again, wishing you all the best, great learning ahead. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, man, for your kind words. You have always been an inspiration for our school and university. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome Dean FOE and request Professor Rajv Singh Shekhawat, who has also been an inspiration and has guided all of us in our various endeavors, especially at here, School of Computing and IT. Sir, I request you to kindly say a few words to our students and motivate them. Rajveer sir, can you hear me?
I'm sorry, I think I was muted. So, good morning, everybody, and welcome to this very important event that has been organized by our data science people. As you know, that Manipal is now offering a specific program in data science, realizing that the whole computing world is now towards converging towards how to make use of the data that is being generated at such a fast pace. So I would just correlate the way things have happened in the arena of technology, especially the computing. So I think the first major change in our lives was when the computers became, uh, omnipresent in our lives in the form of desktops. Almost every household, wherever there was a need for computing, it was very affordable technology, and I think it revolutionized our lives. And almost every organization, office, we saw the computers. And this was sometime, I think, late 90s that happened. The other revolution, of course, you have seen is the smartphones. Now, almost everybody carries a smartphone and is always connected to the web and the cyberspace. Of course, with this come a lot of vagaries of this connectivity, like the cyber security to personal information and our data that we generate. But of course, that is a parallel development and technology that is happening. But I would say that because of this mobile technology, and also the pervasiveness of computing in our lives. Today, the generation of data at the rate which we have probably never anticipated that it will happen so fast. And when data is being generated at such a fast rate, uh, we all know that the information, there is a huge information that lies in the data. And unless we tap that information, that data is no use. We need not store that data if we don't get the information. So that is one of the aspects we are discussing in today's this event. That how important it is to master these data analytics techniques, so that the huge data that is lying around us being generated must be made use to make our lives better, our workings more efficient. And in this direction, I'm sure this event will go a long way to create awareness and provide the insight into what are those technology tools and platforms that are useful for this task. One new development that is also going to support this all of this data analytics is the Web3. I'm sure most of you know the trend that is happening, the semantic web also we call it, where the data is organized effortlessly in a very, very systematic way, so that scrapping through the vast amount of information that is on the web becomes much easier. So that is another technology that is happening and enabler for data analytics in a much bigger way. Because whatever data is being generated systematically, we can probably apply all our algorithms and do the analytics, get the information, and use it for betterment of our processes, systems. But there are many times we would like to go to the web and try to look for some information, and many times we fail to get the information that time, and later on sometime when we are doing something else, you suddenly come across the information that you hunted for in the last week. So semantic web or the Web3 is the platform, the technology, I'm sure will enable our lives easier. So today, if I want to find something, it will be found, and not that it is a chance. So I'm sure apart from the data analytics, we should also look at the technologies like cyber security, the Web3, and there are many others which will be coinciding or co-locating with this data analytics technique, and we must actually sharpen those skills as well. So I congratulate my colleagues who have with great effort put up this very, very valuable event, and there are a lot of experts I saw who are lined up for their expertise sharing, and also some sessions on panel discussions. So I'm sure the deliberations of this will be very fruitful for students and the participants who are attending this, and not only to our faculty. So I wish all the organizers very best, Dr. Pankaj, Dr. Sumi, Dr. Lokesh, and all the Dr. Neha, everybody, and wish you all the best. And please keep organizing such useful events because we have got a large student crowd. I don't know how many are attending today. I wish that all the students of particularly the School of Computing and IT must attend. But I wish that whole of the engineering student fraternity must be part of this, because data science is not specific to data computing. It is applied to almost all domains, and engineering, manufacturing, they are not something where there is a huge applications of data analytics that is happening. And that's one thing probably we can see. One of our partners in this is Altair, who have been a very, famous and known for their CAEs and CAD sort of platforms, which have been so useful in industry. So now we see that they are also moving in that direction. So that speaks of how relevant this technology is for the industry and engineering industry and core industries. So this is the point. I hope that that sort of attendance is there. My colleagues will ensure that the information is going to all the other branches as well, so that students come and participate. So with these words, I thank you all the experts who have been kindly accepted our invitation and ready to share their knowledge and uh, benefit our students. So thank you all. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts. I don't take more time. I think we already got delayed a few minutes because of some logistics. So thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. It's always very nice to hear you. And I would also like to inform you, we have currently 230 participants, students associated with this event. Also, this event is live on YouTube. So many people are watching it.
That's very good. So getting good audience and numbers is very important, so that our efforts are paid off. Thank you.
Oh, sir.
All the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Also, I would like to let everybody know that this event is actually a result of very serious and sincere efforts from our conveners, Dr. Pankaj Vyas, HOD, Department of Information Technology, and Dr. Sumit Srivastav, Professor IT and COE, Manipal University Jaipur. I now request HOD IT, Professor Pankaj Vyas, to share the thought process that has taken place behind the conduction of such a wonderful event. Sir, I welcome you to take over the stage.
Thank you, Neha. Respected Neetu ma'am, Rajv sir, my dear faculty colleagues from the Department of IT and experts, academic as well as industry experts, my dear students from MUJ and abroad, and to the students of the schools who are joining through YouTube link. Very good morning to all of you. I welcome you on the behalf of every faculty member of Department of IT for the first edition of the Data Science Conclave. Let me take a few minutes to explain to all of you that why we have decided to conduct this conclave. The idea was started taking shape in the year 2019 when the leadership at MUJ has decided that we should launch a program specifically focusing on data science and engineering with student mobility. Because we are having various campuses across India, one at MIT Manipal, one at Jaipur, one at Sikkim. Students who have taken admission in data science engineering, they should have a student mobility so that they can study one semester in any other sister organizations. So in 2020, we launched the first dedicated program specifically focusing upon data science and engineering. There, the subjects corresponds to three main dimensions. Whatever the subjects that we have introduced in the data science and engineering, they constitute the subjects from three main disciplines. One is the statistical maths. Statistical maths, not the core engineering math. Rather, we have four mathematical courses in this BTech data science engineering program, which are related with statistical maths, then optimization techniques, and then certain core courses from the computer science. And with these three facts in mind, we have identified the course structure and launched it in 2020. It's not an honors program with BTech. It's a special BTech program with the name Data Science and Engineering. And at that time, we have analyzed that not very much large institutes across India, they are starting this program. So IIT Mandi is one that has started this program. After that, according to my knowledge, that the Manipal University Jaipur has started this program. And when the first student batch, we started with 60 intake, and we received a huge response from the students who have taken admission. So currently there are 119 students registered in this course who are currently studying in the fourth semester. So at that time, we decided that we should have a data science conclave where students should have an interaction with the experts, both from academia as well as from industry. Keeping that in mind, in this year, we have, as you know, that India is facing a COVID-19 situation from the last 2 years. So this idea gets postponed. Now, when the situation becomes normal, we decided that this is the right time to have that data science conclave so that the students can interact with the industry, they can listen to the views of the industry from academia. So this 2-day data science program is scheduled. So here you will have interactions from various industry, prominent industry experts. The first lecture is by Mr. Rajesh Krishnan that will start at 10 a.m. He is the Vice President of Altair India. Altair is a very prominent company, with IT company based in data analytics. Then you have an next lecture is from Dr. Gayatri from IIT Dharwad. She is a BITS alumni and currently teaching the data science related courses in IIT Dharwad. So next lecture is from academia. Then we have a third lecture from a management perspective. If you remember data science, business analytics, data analytics, these all terms are coincided with each other. So we have an expert lecture by Dr. Praveen Ranjan Shrivastava from IIM Rohtak, who will deliberate that what are the role of the analytics in the business industry, how the business analytics are shaping the growth of the business in today's modern world. Then we have an in the panel discussion at the end of the day by 5 prominent experts by Rajesh Krishnan from Altair India, Mr. Shrizer Jonala from IBM India, Mr. Shubhajit Bhattacharya from Accenture India, Dr. Yashwardhan Sharma from Bates Pilani, and Mr. Harsh Kumar, who's the co-founder of AG Pharma Bioinformatics. That is a startup that has just recently started, and Mr. Harsh Kumar is the vice co-founder of that startup. So next day, they too will have a dedicated workshop from industry via Mr. Ashraf Sanakal from Altair India. So with Altair, we are having an MOU for teaching our faculty as well as students, both from the perspective of tools that are used in the data science industry. And tomorrow morning, we have an expert talk by Mr. Deepak Batra from HCL Technologies. Now, if you look at the from the broader perspective, you will find that the speakers are means divided between industry and academia. So that is the prime motto of this conclave, so that students should listen the views of the industry experts as well as the academia experts. So with these words, I would like to that this, I just want to stress that the students will highly get benefited by the views, by listening to the views of the experts. So with these words, I welcome all of you to the inaugural session of the Data Science Conclave. And I thank all the experts, especially our dignitaries, Neetu Madam, Rajv sir, and all the academic as well as industry experts to find out the time from their busy schedule to interact with our students and faculty. Thank you. Thank you very much. Over to you, Neha.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm sure this is going to be a wonderful event and a learning event for all of us. So before we move on to the expert talk of the day, I would like to request all of our panel members, especially our external panel members and our chief guest and Dean FOE, guest of honor, to kindly turn on their cameras so that we can have a group photograph. I request everybody to kindly turn on the cameras, panelists. Rajveer sir, can you please turn on the camera? We would like to have a picture.
Ashraf sir.
Thank you so much, everybody. So moving on to the event, let us start off the day with introducing our guest speaker for today's technical talk, Mr. Rajesh Krishnan. Mr. Krishnan is the Vice President, Technical Operations, Enterprise Solution and Analytics in Altair since 2002. Having 23 years of experience, he is a senior strategic and technology leader experienced in leveraging the convergence of simulation, AI, and high performance computing with focus on business development, technical operations, and establishing customer focused portfolios with high performing cross functional teams. He also works with clients for incubation of new capabilities in the latest technologies, that is, data intelligence, digital twin for accelerating product development and creating potential for innovation. Sir, I welcome you on behalf of the entire Department of Information Technology. I now hand over the session to you, sir.
Thank you. Is it audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
That's great. Good morning to all. Thank you, Dr. Nitin Bhatnagar, Dr. Rajv, and all other delegates and faculties and students of MIT Jaipur. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to work with MIT Jaipur. Altair is very much honored for imparting data science and AI knowledge of industry and academia connect. So we appreciate all the effort taken by the Department of IT, and I like the comment of Mr. Rajiv about the data science is not just a computing; it is all about understanding the applications, and it is applicable for every domain. It's not just an IT alone. That's an interesting comment. And I would like to start with that comment itself to take it forward. How data science is important and what are the other aspects of data science? So let me start with my presentation. I have a couple of slides and you can always make it interactive. You can post any questions, whatever possible way I can explain back. It's a sharing the knowledge from the industry and academia. We learn something from the academia, and similar way the vice versa. So to just start, can you see my screen? Is that okay?
Yes, sir, your screen is visible.
Sounds great. Okay. So the whole idea about next maybe 30, 40 to 45 minutes, what I'm trying to explain is the demystifying AI and data analytics. I'm not going to talk about any tools or tools and technologies. It's more about how we can look at AI and data analytics from a different perspective. So the whole idea about today's talks is contains various aspects. The first and foremost thing is the motivation for modern engineers to become data scientists. So everybody is talking about AI, ML, so many buzzwords. Let's understand, demystify, and different buzzwords like AI, ML, big data, so many things. And how do we look at from a CRISP-DM methodology and take a more value out of data analytics and give some kind of applications, maybe a high level. Tomorrow, my colleague will be explaining much more deeper. I'm not going in detail about all aspects. Then a conclusion, what will drive for a better AI/ML engineer from our perspective. So what's the motivation for all of this? Let's look at what industry is saying about AI and ML, applying data analytics and all. If you look at the global evolution is completely towards smart, connected, and everything is as smart. The whole idea is the enterprise increasingly looking to drive results from their past data. Madam was talking about data is the new oil. Yes, it is. And we understand how to utilize this past data or historical data. Can we derive some results out of that, which can be help for better decision making? So AI and data analytics is accepted, and it is a completely driving in enterprise level for analytics and automation to drive results and improve the productivity, improve the decision making, and so on and so forth. Customers are especially benefiting by empowering data analytics from the edge itself. So nowadays, it's not just data analytics applying on the, from the cloud. They are started looking, can we look at from applying data analytics or AI in the edge device itself. So all these things are driving an importance of AI ML in the industry. So look at the digital disruption and what are the global trends across industries. These are some of the things published by Gartner or the McKinseys of the world. As you know, more than half major new business systems will incorporate continuous intelligence on real time. Basically, the whole idea is to increase an important improvement in the overall effectiveness in the productivity and quality. It's across the domain. It can be in the financial domain, it can be in the manufacturing domain, or it can be in the healthcare domain. It doesn't matter where we are applying. The whole idea is everybody wants to improve their business process and effectiveness. By 2022, most of the platforms contains some sort of data analytics and digital tuning capabilities. If you look at Altair, 3+ decades of our company, we started as simulation and driving towards the convergence of data analytics, AI, and simulation for our customers. By 2025, what the Gartner or the McKinseys are talking is the complete physical and the digital world. When I say physical and the digital world, you have systems which are in the operating conditions and the digital side of that. Through via IoT or data analytics could create an $11 trillion economic value annually. So you can look at how big it is actually in worldwide, this data analytics, IoT, and similar areas of applying technologies for improving the performance and operational conditions. With this, it's a big value for the industry. So we are, as an academia and industry, should work towards achieving and making a better decision-making systems. So why do we develop smart connected product? It's always important to extend end user functionality. So for example, nowadays we want everything in our mobile to see and control our products from anywhere or any time. In the sense, you should be able to control your devices from anywhere, anytime, from any locations. So that's very important, which is basically extend our functionality or end user functionality. Every product is moving towards smart and connected products. Second point is to optimize as a service model. Every product is moving away from the products to a service as a model. What it means, everybody wants to able offer any product as a service. Data analytics and IoT combined technologies will enable such kind of things. From looking at the manufacturing perspective, everybody wants to streamline the process, which basically they have the assets running for a long time and they want to improve their efficiency and overall effectiveness of the equipment. All these things enable more, more smart and connected product deployments. From the industry perspective or benefits to industry, yes, most of you can imagine it's nothing new. They want to optimize the maintenance or the performance. They want to improve the better user insights. They want to extend the product lifetime, like remaining useful life, detect the product or prevent the faults, and manage inventory and past delivery. So many aspects they are looking from the industry. Industry are gaining benefits out of all these things, applying data, applying data analytics and AI. So you maybe heard about an industry 4.0 adoption. Everywhere it is It is increasing the adoption for predictive maintenance and digital twin for factories and so on and so forth. What its benefits? It's increase annual maintenance, reduce the annual maintenance cost, reduction of downtime, and improvement of, of the EBITDA. All these things enables the importance of applying AI and ML for various applications and domains. We also in the myth of, in the AI world, everybody was talking about AI, and some people talks about AI capabilities surpass human capabilities. These are the myths. Don't carry away from these kind of things. Okay, AI can do anything. No, it's not like that. We have to look at industry, and academia has to look at where we can apply AI ML and which helps as a human or as a customer, how it can be enabled better, insights and drive decisions. So with this introduction, what is in it for as a students? Okay, we are students. So as it is good for industry, so many things. So what we are gaining out of students? First and foremost thing is you are learning an experience of cutting edging technology. You are solving real industry problems. That is what we should do. Then better customer experience. Of course, it generates better job opportunities. What we want is not just a software developer, it is combining the domain knowledge and the technology. So it's important to combine the software knowledge or the technology along with your domain in any specific area. It can be in the banking and financial sector, it can be in the manufacturing sector, it can be in the healthcare sector, or white goods or heavy engineering. It doesn't matter. You have to have some or other good domain knowledge along with the technology so that you can deploy data analytics or AI into solve real-time problems. So with this, let's go in deeper what exactly these buzzwords like AI, ML, big data, just unfold some of the aspects of these big buzzwords. Most of you know better than us. You have trained or you have learned in your college time what is exactly artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning. It's all deep learning is the subset of machine learning, and it is the bigger picture is the artificial intelligence. When you look at AI, we are actually simulation of human intelligence by machines. Whereas if you look at deep learning, what we are looking is to learn deep neural networks that can learn complex relationships. These words, you can browse it, is nothing great. You can learn and in your textbooks also it's available as part of your data science course. Let's go in detail about how the analytics maturity curve defines, what exactly it means. So the first and foremost thing, maybe a couple of years, maybe more than 1 or 2 decades, we are all looking data to get insight. What it means, it's more of a descriptive and diagnostic analytics, where we are looking what happened. We have the data, we slice and dice, we make it look at the data, we create a lot of dashboards and understand what had happened. From that, we create some kind of query, reports, and which helps the industry or the people to take better decisions. Is that enough? That's just a visualization and dashboarding. What data analytics provides is the insights. What could happen? Okay. Can we do some predictive analytics on top of it? Can we do predictive modeling and forecasting, which drives the real value? Looking at the past data just alone and visualizing will not give you the insights. It's always to get the insights, you should know what could happen. Can I forecast the failure? Can I forecast the incident? Can I forecast a purchase pattern? Can I upsell? Can I cross-sell? All these things are bigger impacts for the industry. Once you have the predictive analytics, what next? Is that enough? Is just forecasted? It's going to talk about it going to fail so and so time. The machine going to fail. Is that enough? No, because as a human, what we want is what should we do with that? Can I stop it? Can I optimize it? This is the part where prescriptive analytics comes into picture, where your decision optimization will lead to, what can I do or what should we do to prevent or any of the failures. To summarize, first you have the data, you look at the data, you get the insights through a descriptive analytics. Once you have the insights about your past historical data, use the historical data and can I try to do some kind of predictive and forecast and create some kind of insights, what could happen or what can happen. Then you look at from the prescriptive analytics perspective, can I optimize and what should we do as? So the entire aspects is very important to drive business value. So there is a big myth again, okay? Like data analytics or AI can replace humans. Similarly, there's another myth in the industry or academia among the people that data analytics is a Python programming. No, it's not. Please come out of that actually. It is not just a programming or it is not just a software development. It is amalgamation of three different aspects from our perspective. It is, of course, computer science, IT, math and statistics, very, very important. You should have good understanding of math and statistics, which basically give insights about the data and you can able to understand the data. Then important aspect is even if you created some kind of predictive algorithm or predictive things, is it combining with your domain and business knowledge will drive a better decision making. So it is combination of all these three things. Your programming or similar tools, which are other tools or code, no code platforms, your math and statistical knowledge, your domain and business knowledge, all combined will give better value for the data science or AI applications. So yes, Altair has some tools. I'm not going to talk about it. It gives a no-code, low-code platform to give integration of the domain knowledge along with your math and statistical knowledge and the computer science knowledge. The next buzzword we all hearing is the big data. How do we explain that? It's a very simple. There are three things which we look at from a data perspective: the volume, the variety, and the velocity of the data. As the word suggests, you all know that what's the volume of the data? What's the velocity of the data? How frequent it is coming? What's the variety of the data? What are the different data is coming? All these things are very important from the big data perspective, which actually enables different application. Like you may go from a simple thing to the Spark and integration and so on and so forth. So this gives you some idea about what exactly the data analytics, what about the big data, and how do we look at applying data analytics in a real world problems. We all know CRISP-DM process. It's not a new process. It's a very old process, and it has different tables to points of time. It has to take care of different aspects. The first and foremost thing is the business understanding. Before applying any of your data science problem, look at what am I going to solve? What is the business problem which I'm going to solve? Without business understanding or without understanding actual problem which you are going to solve or going to deploy data analytics, it doesn't have any value. It's just creating some set of data, getting some insights. So business understanding is the key. You should ask questions. What are the biggest business challenges I'm going to solve? What do we expect from AI ML to solve? Do we have good data to solve these things? So once you have analyzed the quality, time, and cost perspective of the business, you should look at whether we have the enough data. Can we look at the data much more detail? So data understanding is the next most important thing, then the data preparation. So 70 to 80% of time goes for all these things, looking at business understanding, looking at the data availability, looking at data from the structured, unstructured or formats to the structured format, creating the feature engineering, then you creating the machine learning model, then deployment. So 80% of the time goes from the first three parts, actually. That's what we realized. The next 20%, once you have the details, applying machine learning model is much more easier nowadays. So look at from a CRISDM process, try to look at every problem which you have, whether it's an academic interest problem, are we solving a real-time problem, okay? Then based on that, take it forward for applying AI and ML. Once you have understood the business problem which you are going to solve, next is, can we look at from the data perspective? Do we have the source of data? Do we have enough data? So data can be different. Data on demand, like you can do some kind of test, you can do some kind of in the marketing or sales, you can do some kind of surveys, all these kind of things and get a lot of data. Or most of the companies or industry has data in hand. They are taking data for years and years. So they may be stored in some database or they may be having all historical data. So can I use the historical data to derive or arrive at some kind of machine learning model or an AI? Data on the fly, that's very important. Can I connect, using some sensors, which that's the time IoT comes into picture. Can I connect my system or machines or device or the product? Can I connect through some sensors and extract data or subscribe or publish some data through some gateways, and that data can be used for creating some data analytics problems. So one has to look at the data sources and how do we get meaningful data which can derive better results. So as I earlier mentioned, any data science projects, 70 to 80% of time spent on data preparations. Business understanding, data preparation are the key things. Once you have all these things, next thing is how do we look at from the machine learning model creations? So the data are coming either unstructured or structured data. When I say unstructured and structured, you know everything. As some of the data comes a very unstructured manner, it can be social media data or it can be some other data like PDF data and all these things, which are unstructured data. Some of the data which is already stored in a structured format, like a database or something, which you have utilized. Now, these are the historical data. Now, with the historical data, you try to train and create, a machine learning model. Then you evaluate the machine learning model to best satisfying or best, R-square value or any of that kind of things. Then you create, once you satisfy the machine learning model, you try to deploy that in the production or on a real-time applications. Like next time when the data comes on real time, you deploy this prediction model and predict or forecast what could happen. I hope you're understanding that. So I'm not going in detail about various machine learning algorithms. It has different techniques. You have supervised, unsupervised learning techniques. You have clustering, classification, regression techniques, dimensionality reduction, so on and so forth. All these things are different techniques. Okay. Now, once you have different techniques, you've taken the machine learning model, applied on your data, then the next most important thing is which machine learning model is best suited for my given problem. Okay. Once you selected that one, you can take it forward for the deployment. So, so what's the survey talking about it? Okay. We all learned linear regressions, logistic regression from our childhood time. Majority of the time still using regression model. That's what the survey talking about it. Okay. Yes, there are so many other techniques we are moving away. Still, all these techniques are important, and you can look at 50% of time we use finally end up regression models. So this to give you an insights, I thought I could give a brief idea or demystify the big buzzwords like AI, ML, data analytics and big data, so on and so forth. My colleague tomorrow in the day 2 sessions going to explain all of these things in much more detail. Please understand and learn from that. So once you look at all these aspects, let us look at what are the different applications. Okay, where all I can apply data analytics. You can apply anywhere actually. If you have the data and you have a real business problem, you can apply data analytics, okay, to get or predict or take better decision making. To name few, the first and the early adopters of data analytics is, of course, the BFSI, which is banking and financial sector, financial service companies, especially for the loan or the credit, area or fraud detection or any of that kind of things. So the whole idea about they started with because they have enough data and all the data is not that complex, and all these data are used for automate credit approvals. And can I look at from the credit increase? Can I look at from the fraudulent transactions? Can I optimize process and so on and so forth? The next most important things are sales and marketing, which people started applying data analytics extensively to do cross-sell, upsell, so on and so forth. You may be noticed, you without knowing itself, you are using AI ML for, for example, if you look at Amazon or Netflix or any of that kind of things, it is actually doing cross-sell, upsell. When you buy something, from your pattern or your behavior or your past history of purchase pattern, they are actually recommending these are the good things to buy for you. So you are actually pulling into to buy more and more. So in the sales and marketing side, you have automate customer segmentation, cross-sell, upsell opportunities, prioritize sales prospects, so many other aspects you can apply. Coming to the manufacturing and product development, which is later entries because it is a lot of human it's a machine related. So what happening is nowadays, as part of the industry 4.0, more and more AI and data analytics involvement or applications are increasing in these domains. The most important thing is the manufacturing side. We call it as manufacturing analytics, where you have a lot of assets, like for example, an assembly plant, or look at from a mechanical perspective, a lot of machines or show floor, which has different machineries. Now, everybody, or the important aspect of manufacturing is two things. One is increase the productivity, increase or better quality. So everybody looking better quality. Now, how do we do this? Can I look at data from various machines and predict my final quality of my product? Can I improve my machines maintenance or improve my overall life of my machines? Can I improve my overall effectiveness of my machines? All these things comes into picture. So how do? We connect directly into the machines on a real time, look at historical data, extract various parameters, and predict various failures, or you give some kind of operational conditions which can derive some kind of decision makings. Other aspect is the product development, where as I initially started, all the products are moving towards smart and connected. So you have to look at, when you look at from a product development perspective, how do we incorporate all these things? Okay, so can I move from a product to as a service revenue model? Can I integrate? So it comes to multiple aspects. IoT comes into picture because it's connected everything. Then data analytics comes into picture, and it's combining these two, IoT plus AI, for the product development. So these are some of the aspects which I thought to explain, and we can go in deeper of each of these cases. And it's important as a student, where we are looking what will drive a better data scientist or AI ML engineer. You call it anything, okay, doesn't matter. You can call yourself as a data scientist, you can call it as a data analyst, you can call it as AI ML engineer, whatever be the things. It's important to understand all these four major areas. You should know not just software or programming part. You should understand the domain, what you are going to work. Everybody have some interest in some areas. Somebody will look at from the financial sector, financial services. Somebody will look at from the manufacturing side. Understand the problem much better. So domain, you should understand the data. So give a lot of value or a lot of time to understand the data, and try to understand the data and make sense out of it. Understand sensors, because as I mentioned, data is not just historical data. Data comes from on the fly. So you may need to understand some sensors and so on and so forth. So look at that perspective. Then how do we solve this kind of thing? So you should know about the cloud. Like for example, can I deploy on cloud or on premises or edge devices? So that's moving towards more and more, because analytics is applying towards edge itself. So understanding of the hardware and cloud also makes a lot of difference when you look at as an opportunity for the industry. So with this, I would like to summarize and look at in a holistic manner, look at the data analytics or data science, not just as a software, look at from every aspect, domain, computer and computer science knowledge or programming knowledge, and math and statistics knowledge. Amalgamation of all these things together brings you a better data scientist. Thank you, and I hope I could give some insights about uh, the demystifying AI ML for in a simple manner. If you have any questions or any anything, please post it in the chat window. I should try to answer as much as possible.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for taking out the time from your busy schedule and giving us the glimpse of the latest trend of AI and ML. This is definitely going to help our audience in like deciding their future prospects. Thank you so much, sir. So, questions from chat box. Okay, as of now, I think there is no question in chat box. Okay. So there is one question for you in the chat box. That
Sure.
being a mechanical engineer, how you made your roadmap as a data science engineer, or how much difficult it was from working with a machine to working with softwares. So over to you.
Okay, very interesting question. Yeah, I started as a mechanical engineer, moved towards computer-aided design, then to the computer-aided engineering, CAE. So I always started my career from a mechanical, pure machines and production side to move towards product development. That's the initial thing. Since I started using uh, more and more softwares in the initial stages and understanding of the domain, the product development, and about the manufacturing, it's very easy to adopt data science. Now, it actually answers you one big point is for a mechanical engineer or a domain expert, it's very easy nowadays to learn data science because most of the tools are no code, low code platform, and same time it's a code friendly platforms also. So if you have a good understanding of domain and if you have good understanding of math and statistics, understanding of data science or preparing the data science model is much easier because the tools are giving uh, much simpler and much more user friendly. So programming plays a lesser role when it comes to that side. And yeah, that's the answer I thought to give you. It is difficult from the programming perspective sometimes, but of course, uh, with these other tools, it's simplify that. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Uh, I think no more questions in the chat box. So, okay, thank you so much, sir, for the talk and for answering the questions or queries. Okay, so our next panelist is Dr. Gayatri Anand Narayan, and she'll be joining in next 10 minutes. So we can wait for 10 minutes and we'll start with the next section.
Yeah, thank you all.
Okay, so very good morning, everyone. So here we have our next expert, Dr. Gayatri, with us, and Dr. Gayatri is currently working as an assistant professor in Department of Computer Science and Engineering in IIT Dhanbad, Karnataka. She has completed her PhD from IIT Delhi, and her doctoral dissertation dealt with the study and analysis of different factors that affect the scaling trends of many core processors. After completing her PhD, she was a postdoctoral fellow at the School of Computing, National University of Singapore. She obtained her bachelor's degree in electronics and instrumentation and a master's degree in embedded system from BITS Planning. Her current research interests include hardware performance analysis, performance and security of neural networks in resource-constrained edge devices. So I welcome Dr. Gayatri to start with the talk.
Thank you, Neha, for your kind introduction. And I've just shared my screen. Can you just confirm whether my screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible.
Yeah. So good morning to everyone who is attending this talk. So I'm trying to keep this talk at a very high level, and then I'll just go deeper into some areas where I currently work and do some research. And we'll try to cover the different aspects of AI and data sciences with use cases, and then try to see like how it can be merged together. So that's the whole idea of today's talk. So the outline will be, first I'll give a brief introduction about what is AI and overview, and then we will touch upon different sectors like where the AI is used with some use cases, and then we'll move on to how data sciences are bridged with AI, and then some hardware software stack and other things that are required for implementing these algorithms. We will discuss about that, and finally we will touch upon some courses that a student should take or should be able to do when he or she wants to take up DS and AI and as their career option. So after that we'll wind up the talk. So this is going to be the way this talk is structured for today. So yeah, coming to the first thing, why do we need artificial intelligence and what is artificial intelligence, right? So basically it's nothing but an array of technologies, right, where which is enabling the missions to kind of act at a higher levels of intelligence which currently humans have, and then try to emulate the capabilities of humans so that human intervention is minimized. So basically three things that we are interested. One thing is, how do we sense the environment, how do we comprehend the environment, and how do we act based on what we sense and what we comprehended. So that is the crux of AI. And where it is used, so mostly it is used for automating complex physical world tasks that will require very continuous change and agility and flexibility. So where currently human capability is kind of say, for example, if you want to go into a place which is having fire or detect something inside it, it's very difficult. So in such cases, if you have a drone which is having an algorithm to develop, to detect whether somebody is inside in that area, so those kind of complex situations where and also when the data is huge, it's very difficult for the human to comprehend, but machines can. That is where the AI come into picture. So these two are the major things that constitute of what is AI. Now coming to why AI has become so popular. So what is the reason? So from the last couple of years, there is a wide increase in the availability of access to cloud. In cloud, you have different kinds of missions, different kinds of hardware servers, and the ease of accessibility to that has led to many people developing more and more complex algorithms that can use those computational power and then kind of develop a very strong model. So this unlimited access to computing power is one of the key important factors that AI has become so popular these days. And another thing is, as you say, as you have kind of seen by now, data is something of paramount importance for the AI algorithms to work. So if you take so much of money and if it is very expensive to store the data, then that is kind of a bottleneck. So now the cost of storage has become so marginal such that you are able to store lots and lots of data. One example is that in 2016 we had around the globe 16.1 zettabytes of data. So basically by 2025 it has been expected that it will grow 10 times. Data means various things, various financial market, automobile. There are so many sectors. So in general, the kind of data that has been generated all over the world was in zettabytes. So as you can see that the storage cost has kind of made people use or go towards digitizing data more and more so that it can be stored and interesting trends and models can be developed. So these two are these three are the major players that kind of unleashed the artificial intelligence and made it what it is today. Like the popularity of AI is because of these three reasons, which we currently discussed. Now, like I said, there are three modules. One is the sensing, another one is the comprehension or comprehending the sense data, and then taking the decision based on whatever we have comprehended, right? So this can be applied to various fields, like it can be applied to computer vision based tasks, can be applied to audio signal based tasks, and it can be applied to text based tasks, and so on and so forth. So this particular slide which I am projecting here kind of defines various technologies and various applications that kind of got used, or AI has become so popular in those areas. For example, you can see in the left hand side, you have the computer vision tasks, audio processing tasks, and the applications corresponding those technologies are gesture recognition, image recognition, biometrics. So you have your voice assistant, Siri, and Alexa, and so on and so forth. So all these things are capable today because of the maturity in the models that have been, and then the innovations that have led to, like made this popular. And you can see this biometrics is used in many of the applications, right? And even your image recognition or face recognition is used in your phones, your iPhones, your other important electronic gadgets. You can kind of have this facial recognition based authentication, right? So there are many applications. And in the next thing you can see that you can have this speech to text. So basically for people who are maybe deaf or mute, so it's very important that this kind of application helps them to understand what the other person speaks. So the speech to text is a very important milestone. And so based on that we can have text analytics and other things. So now, as you can see here, we have multiple technologies that got matured, and multiple models and multiple things that kind of in conjunction with these technologies are helping the community to kind of develop more and more newer applications. So your chatbots, your virtual assistants. Nowadays, most of these customer service related engagements are moved from your normal phone calls to now everything is either chatbox based or your virtual assistant based, where you kind of post your question and you get answer feed, which are kind of automated. So that is the kind of maturity we have seen from what it was a couple of years back and what it is today. So so now I have told you that some examples, but let us see in particular sectors. Say I have identified, there are many more, but these are something that is like very prominent, and there are some challenges. And so it's very important that we discuss from an Indian context, healthcare, agriculture, and we also will be seeing what are the challenges of using that in an Indian context. So I will briefly touch upon the four things: healthcare, agriculture, mobility, retail, and energy, environment, manufacturing. Like I'll kind of here I have some use cases where I'll explain, but manufacturing and environment will just go little less deeper. Okay, so coming to the healthcare, so as you have seen in the past 2 years, there has been many COVID based data sets, and many people have kind of open sourced it. And so this pandemic kind of, because people were trying to see what are the things that they can do with the available thing, so AI has become one of the most important tool to predict whether by this features can I say the presence of COVID or whatever it is. And now there has been some particular invention where some particular protein is binding or not. So all those things are possible because of the huge amounts of data that kind of being collected in this particular thing. So some of the examples where AI is currently used is say IBM Watson. They have developed software for oncology, which currently helps the doctors to identify different cancer care options for cancer patients, and that is kind of have been deployed in Manipal, Bengaluru. And similarly, you have this cardio tracks AI algorithm for like predicting cardiac diseases, and that also is currently being used in Columbia Asia Hospital. Similarly, in the ophthalmology, where for your eye you are having the correlation between diabetes and your retinal problems. So Google is trying to help Arvind Eye Hospital to kind of develop a model that can be used for this diabetic retinopathy screening. Similarly, government of Telangana is using Microsoft's help to kind of identify blindness that at a very early stage, so that it can be avoided, and it can at least predict at earliest. Similarly, Accenture has developed a tool called Drishti for helping the visually impaired persons to maneuver the environment around them by using smartphones. So otherwise, they will be using smart stick or blind stick or whatever it is to make the life easy for them. This AI powered application called Drishti is kind of helping them to experience the world in a better way. So these are some examples of the usage of artificial intelligence in the healthcare sector. Now, coming to the next thing, agriculture. So, what we call farms of the future. So, basically, in India, most of the farmers are having low land holding. So, the adoption of AI in India is quite a challenge unless until it's very cost effective. Currently, there are fully automated AI solutions end to end, from the sensing to the deployment of software and the cloud and analytics. Everything is there, but it's very difficult for in the Indian scenario, because in other European or Western countries, the land holding size, that means the field size, is much larger compared to whatever we have for an average farmer in India. So that is where the challenge is, where how do we develop cost effective solutions. So this particular slide tells you that what are the different options that you have, or different areas that you can use AI for. So if you have this farm, in farm you kind of have different variables that require to monitor the health of the plant. Say for example, humidity, temperature, pH, soil moisture. There are so many such things. So if you have already sensors deployed for that, and if there's a way of automatically using that, and then keeping the data in the mobile or in the cloud, and then you can kind of do some analytics or develop some models to identify whether I need to add more nutrient, whether I need to kind of you can also plan irrigation schedules, whether I have a lot of water already in this area, or I need to release the water at these intervals. So many of these things can be, but then here the challenge is, how do you get this data that you kind of, because we have for different crops, for different soils, it is very difficult to, it's a challenging task that you kind of, and then there are other variables also that act as, so this is one area where we are still having a lot of scope to kind of do or implement new algorithms, models to develop. And other thing is, say you have these insecticides and pesticides to kind of remove the weeds and pests, but then now it has been rampantly, there is no proper how much to kind of spray, what is the thing. So now we can these AI can be used to precisely point where it has to kind of spray the pesticide and how much to spray, that based on your analytics can be. And then you can have a drone. So basically in for Indian scenario, we should kind of develop a drone in which we have these models put in, and then the drone can be shared between the farmers. That is the only cost effective viable solution that currently is available. So those models are also, and it's very difficult to kind of put these fit these prayers, everything along with the models onto the drone, but it's not impossible, but it's a challenging task. Similarly, once you have the sensors getting the data, once you have the sprayers spraying the proper thing, you can do your farm management much more effectively. You can at a touch of your screen, you can try to monitor, and you can kind of make your uh, farm produce much more effective and cost effective, as well as quality also is much more effective. At the same time, because you also need to predict your you know early onset of diseases or drought, or there are so many things. So currently IMD is having rainfall data, ISRO is giving satellite data. So is there a way to crawl all those and then kind of integrate them with the pattern of the crop, and then say that for this particular area, because you have district wise, you have state and weather monitoring. So can we use those and put together and get some data or get some model that can be used to predict early onset of some disease, or maybe predict a possible drought or a possible heavy rainfall, so that we can take remedial actions before, not after. So that kind of saves much more trouble to the farmer. So these are some areas in agriculture where AI can play a tremendous role, and it's still in very nascent stage in Indian context because of the reasons that I said a couple of minutes back. So in this kind of slide, I have identified different areas where AI can be used in the context of agriculture. You can also kind of, based on the soil, based on the rainfall pattern, based on the weather, you can say what crop will be best suited for that particular season. That prediction can also be so based on the pH, temperature, rainfall, and other things, we can have a model that will say that okay, this particular things are there, then rice is the best crop to grow, and so on and so forth. So those kind of models are also possible. Similarly, the health monitoring of the plants, whether you need more water, whether it's nutrient deficient, because nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium are the important ingredients. So if there is something deficit, it might lead to stunted growth, it might do a lot of things. So if we can even monitor the health of the plant using the data from the sensors, and kind of uh, running it through a model to see whether there is something. These things can be done remotely. You can obviously go to the field and see, but I'm talking about remote management. And also this image based insight generation is something which is kind of popular, and but it's very challenging, because say for example, you have a mobile phone and you go across your field taking pictures, and then you have a model that can predict say it's a healthy crop or an unhealthy crop, or if unhealthy, what kind of disease it is affected. For that, you should have already had ground truth thing to develop the model based on some real farm data. Because if you see in current day literature or data sets, it's mostly curated like lab data. It's not on the field where you kind of go to the maize field or cotton field and take the pictures from there and then try to generate insights. So that's also another area. And the challenging aspect is to run these models not on the cloud but on the edge, where I mean maybe the mobile phones where the farmer is having. And that also might not be very high end phone, so we need to see like there is an opportunity there how to do that. Similarly, like I said, this weed and pest control based on appropriate and proper spraying is one area. And another thing is you can do forecasting, like what will be the harvest, what will be the things in the coming years to, I mean coming months to come. So those things. And also you can do this food grading, like based on the image. So you have coffee beans, you have many things where you can grade according to the quality. So this can be automated, and you can have an image based, you can have other things also. So this is another area in agriculture where the grading of the food products according to the quality of the food product is another important thing, or another important application. So now, like I talked about in the last two slides, various sector, I mean various areas or various avenues. Having said that, there are also lots of agri startups that are there in India, but they mostly focus on the supply chain management. Like some examples I have mentioned here, this Ninja Cart, Intello Labs, and they kind of once they get the product from the field and how it goes to the market and all those things, they kind of demand and supply those things they uh, focus on. But in India, there is a huge market for this, whatever I said, the farm based analytics, where you kind of effectively communicate the data that is generated from the field to cloud or to some server, where you can kind of generate predictive analytics and then give insights out of it to the farmer, or give history of what has happened in the farm to the farmer. That is because the current existing solutions, as I told earlier, it's of very expensive and high cost. So the cost effective solution is still, and then also this spatio-temporal data storage is still not done in many places. So that means over the time, over the different parts of the field, that can give, I mean, this data can be of much more importance for doing all those forecast or and all the other planning, like I said, irrigation planning and other things as well. So the spatial temporal data with historical logging is of some importance. So this is one example that. So as you can see, this the one here. So this is so the middle picture is the one which is kind of the sensor unit, which is powered by the solar panel. And the sensor unit is what is in the left hand side. As you can see, there are 5-6 different sensors, right? So now the challenge is you have these sensors, and now properly take these values and populate it to the, or have a backend where you can kind of use this and do the analytics, and then send the farmer the updates, the insights, the warnings, the triggers, everything uh, through app. So this is one thing like is doable. So now we have seen healthcare, we had seen agriculture. Now another thing is mobility, or your not only transport and logistics, but general, your passenger cars and other smart cars or self-driving cars. So basically, how AI can be used there. So AI is used for detecting the other users in the road, your environment, 360-degree environment around you, and then the signs, and then the behavior of the driver. And also you can path make your for optimizing the route that you take, for taking the trajectory, your path planning. So there are enormous opportunity there for AI to be used. So, like in the right hand side, I have given. So, this vehicle and pedestrian detection is one of the important tasks that is important when you want to have a autonomous vehicle, or advanced driver assistance based vehicle. So you need to understand the scene in the road, you need to understand your environment, you need to understand so how this is possible. So as you can see in this picture, this is a car which is fitted with many sensors. You can see this. There is a radar, lidar. There's a camera. There is an ultrasonic sensor. So there are various different tasks that are possible. For example, you can see here you have this automatic braking system. You have this adaptive cruise control. You have traffic sign recognition. You have parking assistance. You have blind spot detection. So all these are tasks that are kind of using these data from the sensors. Like some uses, so you can see here the ones which are in yellow color uses ultrasonic sensors data, the ones which are in light blue color using camera data, and so on and so forth. So now you can see that each of these particular sensor is fueling the data to these modules, and they help do these tasks automatically without the intervention of a human, right? So it is not completely available there, even though there are these Waymo robot taxis, but the level of automation, so in these autonomous vehicles or this advanced driver assistance systems, you have multiple levels of automation where there is no automation manually. Some tasks are done by the driver, some are automated, and then you have different levels. So now I think we are in the level of 2 or 3, where these the tasks like adaptive cruise control, braking, and traffic detection, all these things are available, but still a driver is there manually. And then but there are many advances and many things that are going on that will kind of make it fully autonomous in the coming years to come. So the right hand side is one particular architecture, like how these things are implemented in a real system. So I said that we have multiple applications, but for each application there are these 3 things, like we talked about in the first slide, right? Sensing, comprehensive, and comprehension, and then decision, right? So here the sensors are nothing but your camera, lidar, radar, and ultrasonic sensors, and also your GPUs. And now that you kind of give it to your perception layer. Perception layer is your model, like the model that runs object detection or image recognition or localization. So these are the sensors that feed the data there, and then based on those models you generate the output or the actions, which is your path planning, or which is your control based on your reinforcement learning algorithm that is running to see whether you have to turn on the knobs, whatever knobs to be controlled. And you can see here in the top that you have a cloud service where this particular map is kind of populated, and this vehicle communication protocol is there, and finally all the updates to the car are done by this OTA is nothing but the over the air update, where you are the things are running in cloud and you are pushing the updates to your vehicle, right? So this is one area that is kind of using AI for different activities. So basically, it helps you for better accessibility, reduce traffic or smoother traffic, and then you can also reduce the amount of accidents. But there are lots of challenges that to implement this in a real life scenario. But having said that, it's becoming like towards the better direction, and more models, more and more sophisticated and fault free models are getting developed, because this is a safety critical application, and where the human life is of utmost importance. So it's not like the whatever models that have been developed or will be developed should be robust enough to take care of these things. And the next one I mean, one more aspect is, say I said we kind of have this driver behavior analysis. So based on the blinking eye movements of the driver, there are models that can predict whether the driver is drowsy, whether the driver is awake, and so on and so forth. So there are many other such models that are possible to kind of make the driving much more safer and safer to the passenger as well as the other people around the car. So this is one area where AI is kind of very predominantly used. And the other one is like the retail market. So in the retail market, what is very important is things that what are the things that you can use the data for, and how you can use the data to improve your business, right? So to improve your business, you need some insights from the data. So this AI is where or the AI is a tool that is used for generating these insights. So in retail market, what are the important things? Your customer experience, and what are the different opportunities to improve your revenue? What are the ways that you can better your operations? So all these things will help that particular company or the product maker differentiate that product from other existing competitors. So um, there is one survey which says that in 2016 it was only 4% of retailers were using the AI based mechanisms. But in 2021, it has grown up to 28%. So we can see that people are tapping your potential to make their businesses much more profitable. So the first thing everybody uses is in the customer relationship tool, your CRM tool. So you can kind of automate your marketing activities based on the customer behavior, and you are also kind of able to predict whether that particular customer will be buying a suitable customer for the new product or not, based on the previous buying experience or the buying profile. And then similarly you can make online product recommendations based on whatever they have. So all these things are currently available. If you go to your Amazon, Flipkart, anything, whatever you buy, couple of days later you will get a pop-up in Facebook or something saying that what is your product that you have bought, and something related to that is it's already there. So that is the first thing that the retail market people use. So other things that kind of are in the other applications, you can forecast your demand, you can make your pricing decisions, you can kind of optimize this product placement. So these are some avenues. So how can you make pricing decisions? So you know that based on the your historical pattern behavior of the customers, whether the new product you should price at this particular range, or if you what will be the optimal price range that if you launch it will be successful. So all these predictions are possible, right? So there was one interesting example where a company kind of used AI to improve its sales performance by combining the camera data, or the like whatever CCTV available in the different parts of the store, and use it with different computer vision algorithms to see what if a customer walks in, what are the products they're picking up, after picking up a certain product, where they are moving to, and then once they move the shelf, where exactly they go. So this they studied for couple of months, couple of different kinds of uh, customers, because each shopping behavior will be different from the other. So this they had kind of collated, and then based on this they keep the products in such a way such that the it's kind of having better reach to the customers, and what products to stock, what products not to stock, are also an important outcome of this particular heat mapping that they had done. Heat mapping, nothing but they are trying to see how to correlate the behavior of the customers entering the store, and their shopping pattern. So you also have other things like this Amazon's just go and come, whatever, you just go inside, you take all these things. When you come out, there is no cashier. It's a cashier free thing. You pick up the products from the shelf, and then when you come out of the store, automatically you have been billed for whatever you have picked up. So that kind of automation is currently available using all these are possible because of AI. So you can also have your stock, like what is the right amount of stock. You can predict whether there will be in the next 6 months where there will be a shortage. So now in the whole world there's a semiconductor shortage where you are able to not buy chips very so if we had proper AI models, we could kind of know that earlier only that okay, there will be a semiconductor shortage, and then accordingly you can prepare yourself for whatever your thing. Similarly, you can also use it for your inventory management, where you can see whether some items have been expired and remove them, and if the prices have been updated, if it's still having the older price, you can kind of. But these are all some futuristic examples, but in some Western countries, it's already available. So that's the reason I have included it here. So now we talked about various examples in various sectors, right? So now this particular slide tells you what is the current percentage of AI adoption and what is the future expected adoption. So if you see here in the x-axis, you have the current adoption rate. So for healthcare and retail and education is around 18%, but it's expected that it will grow around another 3 or 4%, 3 to 4% for education sector, for around 7% for healthcare sector. So as you can see, it is picking up more and more, and it's in India, it's in very nascent stage in many of these sectors. There can be a lot of, you can see the transportation and financial services are the sectors in which already there is a very high amount of artificial intelligence being used, and it's also expected to adopt even more. Like the growth is around 12%, so it says that that sector is completely going to be driven by mostly by AI. So now we had seen so far AI. So there was another term which is called data science. So how it is related to AI? So basically, as you can see from all the sectors that we have used, data is of paramount importance. Without that, there is no AI, right? So in data science, you kind of um, study how to collect, how to visualize, how to manipulate, how to store, how to extract insights from there, right? So you have structured data, you have unstructured data. How do you kind of use them? What is the difference? What algorithms work best for what? How do you generate insight out of it? So these are the things that kind of captured under data sciences, and it's becoming a key tool as you can appreciate it, because we had seen in different examples the value of that particular data can be realized only if you are able to, or if you have the ability to analyze, interpret, and apply it to that sector. So as you can see, maybe the same concept is used, but it is used differently in agriculture, it is used differently in say financial sector or automobiles. So the domain knowledge along with the knowledge of identifying proper tools to kind of curate the data is of paramount importance. So now merging them together, any organization that is going to work with this analysis of data or development of some tools, either as an end product or for some of their improvement of, like how we saw that they had used the computational, the
Yeah, ma'am. Are you there, ma'am? Gayatri, ma'am, you're not audible. I think there is some network issue on ma'am side. Just wait for 1 minute.
Hello. Okay. Yeah, I am very sorry. So in between, I think I was not audible for a couple of minutes. So I just recapture whatever I kind of told in the last 2-3 minutes. I said that as you can see in the from the previous examples that data is of paramount importance, and the role of data scientists and AI engineers are clear in these things. So you need, without proper gathering and cleansing of data, you cannot analyze it. Before without analyzing and curating, you cannot develop it, or I mean develop a tool, or you cannot develop a model. So these are of primary importance. So there is role for both data scientists as well as AI engineers in all of these sectors. So this particular generic AI architecture, which I am talking about, is this holds good for any sector. So this is what is the general kind of strategy. So you have different sensors. So the sensors can be physical sensors, or it can be web based, like you're crawling the social media. So you have structured data, you have unstructured data, and you kind of use that to or give it to your data conditioning module, which kind of curates it properly. Because I said the way you have to handle the unstructured data is completely different from structured data, and how are you going to use it also is of importance. And this serves as your primary source of information for training your models. It can be a supervised learning model, or a transfer learning model, or reinforcement learning model. So this is your way that you kind of curate your data. Then using your model, either completely 100% mission based implementation, or human mission, like some percentage is done by human, and then some percentage is done by the mission. Whatever the input, you take humans insights on top of that and deploy. So those are different ranges. But this is what, as you can see in the right hand side, there are different missions, like your self-driving car, your healthcare, and your drones. So all these things use this general architecture. And to power these, you have different hardwares, like so in the last 5 years, I think 5 to 6 years, from 2016 to 2020, there's been tremendous like improvement in the development of or the design of AI specific accelerators. So Google started it in 2010 with its TPU, which is called the Tensor Processing Unit. After that, there have been lots and lots of SOCs that have come out, mainly targeting this AI based, for executing these AI based applications efficiently. So we will see more about it in the coming slides. So this particular slide gives you the end-to-end stack of different AI ML applications. So you can see the bottom of the stack is the hardware. So the hardware can be a central processing unit, or a graphics processing unit, or your FPGA, or your specialized hardware accelerators like your Google's TPU, or NVIDIA's NVDLA, or Intel's Myriad. So basically, these are different hardware components that are capable of running these DNN applications. And on top of these hardware, you have different operating system, right? You can have a Linux based system, you can have an Android based, Windows based, and so on and so forth. On top of that, each of these vendor, they give their own optimized compiler or inference engine that kind of makes your DNN application run, how do you say, better for that particular hardware. So there are many generic inference engines that are that works on many of these things, but whatever these particular companies give, those are specific to those vendors. For example, if you have an ARM based CPU or GPU in the embedded, your most of your mobile phones have the Snapdragon processor, which is an ARM based processor. So if you want to run efficiently your or whatever AI ML algorithms, so you have this compute library which kind of takes your high level implementation. So as you can see, there are many, like how your C++, and different languages that you program to automate your task. For AI ML, you have different frameworks. So because of its popularity, many companies have developed, like Google has developed TensorFlow, Facebook has a PyTorch, and you have this Keras. So these are all different frameworks where you can implement your application. But these different frameworks at the end of the day should be converted or should be able to run in an optimized way in that particular hardware. So that is this inference engine's job. So say for example, this point number 5 and 6. So whatever code you have written in TensorFlow, whatever application you have implemented in TensorFlow gets compiled through this NVCC engine, and you generate a NVIDIA CUDNN engine or the TensorRT engine that actually runs on your GPU, NVIDIA GPU, right? So similarly, your TensorFlow, whatever you have written, kind of gets compiled as this ARM compute library, and then runs on the CPU of the ARM or GPU of the ARM. So that gives you, so as you can see, there are different optimizations possible at different levels. And the third one, which you're seeing, this models, AlexNet, ResNet, MobileNet, TinyUR, all these things are nothing but your models that you have generated for some specific task. Say it might be your traffic monitoring, it might be your lane detection, whatever it is. So in between the application and the model is your data set, right? So as you can see here, you have this ImageNet, you have this Coco, you have this, say, just give me. Yeah. Sorry, 1 second. So you have your MNIST and all. So MNIST is for your simple database for your handwriting recognition. And what I wanted to say here is, I mean, from the hardware and software perspective, if somebody is interested, there are lots of avenues to work on and to learn. Say, for example, each of these compilers, the way they compile the application or the high level model into their particular thing, understanding that itself is a bigger challenge. And how it operates on different hardware is another level of challenge that you have. So for any of these applications, so be it recommender system, be it your chat box, be it your autonomous driving task, anything, it has to go through all this, right? So you need to have a hardware to run that. You need to have an OS on top of the hardware which can actually run your application. You need to have a model that can be understood by the hardware, even though you have written the model in a high level. That's where, so this framework kind of helps you avoid the nitty-gritty details of the hardware, and that is the reason the hardware vendors are giving their compilers and to generate the inference engines that can work on, so the end user is free from doing the hand crafted coding that can result in higher performance in those different hardwares. So this particular slide gives you example of what we just saw. So the top are the SoCs that I mentioned, Snapdragon. So this Kirin is a SoC developed by Huawei. So if you see, the bottom picture tells you what exactly is there in the SoC. As you can see, right, in the left hand side, you can see there is a CPU, there is a DSP, there is a Wi-Fi module, and there is this Adreno 630, this is a GPU, right? So you have CPU, DSP, GPU, all of them in a single chip. So now this particular Snapdragon is made by a company called Qualcomm. So they give their own SDK. So in the right hand side, you can see the top one, the one here. So this tells you that how do they run their AI ML models efficiently on this particular chip, right? Or not only for this chip, but this range of chips, this class of chips, right? So as you can see, it will generate different optimized code for DSP, it will generate different optimized code for CPU, different optimized code for GPU, but all are using the same Snapdragon SDK, and it is the job of the vendor that helps you implement. So you have your high level model will be in TensorFlow or will be in Keras or whatever it is. And but now to deploy this on a SoC like this. So these are all mobile SoCs. That means the Samsung Exynos, Snapdragon, all these things are used in your smartphones or your tablets and other things. So for many of these applications, it's very difficult. I mean, it's very important that you kind of save the battery and you do energy efficient implementation. So this particular SDK helps you, implement your application in that way. Similarly, you can see the right hand side. This is this Kirin 970. So that has something called NPU, which is a neural processing unit. This is specifically designed. This is a chip. I mean, not exactly a chip, but this is a hardware specifically designed to accelerate your AI ML workload processing. So these are available in the market, and these are kind of being used for various applications that we talked about: face recognition, gesture recognition, this voice assistance, all those things you can run it on your these chips. So so we saw how different hardwares in collaboration with different frameworks, it can lead to different performance, right? So this particular slide tells you, for say you have different AI based tasks, you can have NLP, you have text analytics, but this particular thing talks about vision based AI or computer vision based AI tasks. So you can see here that the flexibility that each of this particular hardware offers and the efficiency that you kind of get. Say, for example, CPU offers the highest flexibility because you can implement anything on the CPU, but the efficiency is not good compared to this ASIC. ASIC is your application specific IC where you just design that IC only for that application. So your efficiency is very high, but your flexibility is very, because you cannot do anything other than that, right? So now, given this, how will you select for a given application? What is your what are the different hardware that you will select? How will you implement your application? So that is also an important aspect in terms of the flexibility it is offering for you to implement various tasks, as well as the efficient implementation of that particular application, right? So this is the trade-off curve that you can see. So here you can see that FPGAs are doing better in terms of flexibility as well as in terms of FPG efficiency compared to CPUs and GPUs, right? So that's the reason FPGA is becoming more and more popular for due to their reconfigurable nature for many of these AI-based computer vision tasks. So, like we saw, all these things have two parts. One is the model generation, where you use lots and lots of data to train that model, and after training that model, you deploy them on those edge-based devices or other cloud-based devices to actually do that application. Say, for example, you have developed the image classification model, but for developing that, you need to train it with lots and lots of data. That's how it's able to understand, right? So for doing the training, GPUs are important because GPUs are low, not exactly low power, but low or less complicated compared to CPU, but it has more and more cores. So that helps you in this parallel processing, and it is kind of used for training your massive amounts of data for developing your AI-based models. GPU hardware is of utmost importance. You can see in this picture from last 15, 16 years, from 2006, where you just had one or two GPUs, to now in 2018, you can see like there's tons and tons of GPU being developed by different vendors. So, and this particular left-hand side tells you what is the performance in terms of flops. Flops is floating point operations that can be performed. So this is giga floating point operations, and right hand side tells you what is the amount of power the particular GPU kind of consumes to do that work. So as I told, both performance as well as power is very important when you decide. That's how your efficiency is decided, right? So you can see there is a rapid increase in the amount of the sheer number of GPUs that gets designed by different vendors. So everybody is here. Intel, there is AMD, there is Nvidia, there are other lesser known companies, but most of them are now investing in this space because it's kind of is used for developing your AI models. So this particular thing tells you, say for example, I told you, right, you have different applications. So this product by Google is called Google Glass, where you use that glass and keep walking, it will try to capture the scene around you and kind of run the models in that particular hardware only, and then gives you the detection result, right? Like whether you have a car there, what is the text, what is the whether there is a person going on in the scene, and so on and so forth. As you can see now, there are so many multiple AI actions going on together. So now, how do you select the hardware? Should you do it in CPU? Should you do it in GPU? Should you do it? You can also see the form factor is very small here, right? So it doesn't have any cooling, anything. So how do you select what exactly is the hardware that to put in for, or do you develop an ASIC to do this? So this is kind of very important to understand how different hardware plays a role, not only in your just your accuracy, but also in other things in terms of the power it consumes, in terms of the area it takes, and so on and so forth. So I hope you now have an idea about different trade-offs that are available. And like I said, even though there are lots of good things, there are still challenges that are stopping us from adopting AI in different areas. So what are different challenges? One thing is, even though I said that massive amounts of data are being generated, but in an Indian context, the availability of labeled, because see, unless until you have a labeled ground truth, it's very difficult to generate a model, right? So this availability of local labeled data set is still limited, and explainability of that model is still, like, because you get some data, you kind of uh, develop a model, and then you get a output out of it, but it is very difficult to understand why that model works, what is it, because most of it are mathematical operations. So this explainability AI is another area which kind of is getting traction. Because it's a black box, it's not making people trust what it is doing is correct. And there are some ethical issues in terms of, like, how the model is generating insights, whether there is any inherent bias in it because of the data that it is being fed into, and is there any and also in terms of this self-driving cars, suppose an accident happens, who is accountable? The software is accountable, the car manufacturer is accountable? That's not clear. And what are the remedial actions that you will take if there is some problem that is proven because of this AI algorithms? Who is going to take action? So these are some things that are kind of need to taken into account when we are going towards this AI adoption. Also, in addition to these things, you still have hackers hacking your say for example, this adversarial attacks is a very prominent attack in many of these self-driving cars. There's many of times this robo taxis and Wimos have been hacked by manipulating the image, by doing sensor attack, and so on and so forth. So that is still a huge cost. There is we need to kind of make sure how the safety and security of these applications are maintained, even though we use AI for ease of use, but it should not lead to any catastrophic reaction. And this Google Glass, which I told, it's a product which was stopped briefly because of privacy concerns. Say for example, if you wear a Google glass and go around in your streets, you are capturing the scene around you, right? So you are capturing other people in the scene without their permission, which kind of infringes their privacy. So people have concerns like that, and then that kind of led to the non-usage of this, or the uh, banning of these products. So we should see how do we kind of overcome these challenges to make AI adoption well suited for the different applications in the ages to come, right? So the next, this slide tells you like how many different companies, how many different startups have been cropped up in the last couple of years under different umbrellas. So if you see computer vision platforms developing, like whatever I said, ASICs and SOCs, and then there is even the application, the software development, there are lots of companies. Then there is smart robotics, then there is this gesture control, speech recognition, NLP, machine learning, then video recognition, context aware computing. So you have whole bunch of companies that have been in a couple of years that does various different but all under the umbrella of AI, right? So this particular slide tells you like where we are in terms of AI skill and where we are in terms of AI skill compared to others. So this right hand side tells you the top countries with the AI skill available, and the left hand side tells you the amount of startups that have been cropped up in different countries, which focuses on AI based applications. So as you can see, our India is still having a lot of things to catch up, but still we are not doing bad. So that we have a lot of other avenues to, or other things to adopt to make this successful in Indian context. So having said all this, as students, you need to do courses that will empower you to build these applications, or generate those insights, right? So I have kind of put together very common courses that the students who kind of want to go for DS and AI should take, and there are many more. So these are just the core. If you want to go for speech processing, you need to do that domain related. If you want to go for natural language processing, you need to do that domain. I have not put any domain related. If you want to go towards computer vision, you need to do computer vision based. So this, whatever courses I have mentioned here, is just a basic, bare minimum that everybody who wants to enter into this avenue should be able to, or should do, so that this gives them this knowledge and the skill to undertake this journey in this particular area. So in summary, so AI are nothing but your intelligent visions that you are enabling different cognitive processes like thinking, perceiving, decision solving, and decision making. And this coupled with your data in terms of uh, labeled, and in terms of aggregated data, and your compute power is having a huge potential to change the way that we live today, and can be make the place a better place to live. So with that, I just end my talk. Thank you so much for listening to me. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was really very informative session on AI, its technology, its architecture and application. You really gave a very informative overview of this technology. I'm sure that the audience which is related to this field and they want to pursue this field, they'll definitely going to they'll definitely have some direction with your talk. So especially in your agriculture and your drive assistance system, it was really well. So I'll ask participants if they have any doubt or any questions from their side. Participants, if you have any question or any doubt, please write in chat box. Okay, ma'am. In chat box, I think there are no questions, but okay, I think one participant.
Hello, ma'am. This was a very wonderful session.
Thank you.
The thing is, I wanted to know, since being an academician, you are also watching students very carefully. What, according to you, are the skills that students nowadays need to develop if they want to pursue their career in the field of data science? What are the key skills?
So they have to be good in math. So basic, so it let's say applied statistics, linear algebra, probability models. See, because if you want to generate insights, you have to know like what model will be I mean, well suited and so on and so forth. And also you should have the programming skills. The Because see, even though now you have many libraries, many tools that have come, but you need to kind of understand how to use them efficiently to generate your insights, right? So like I said, these are the different courses that the students should kind of focus on to get the fundamentals right, so that they will be able to venture into this area.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for this opportunity, Manipal, for inviting me and making me talk about this. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, we have one more question from audience. They
Okay.
want to ask that what all projects can be there with the cybersec and data analytics, or we can say AI.
See, cyber security is altogether, I mean, that's another area. So we can kind of use AI to, say, for example, this credit card prevention is there, right? So, how do you kind of detect and prevent credit card frauds? So that is somewhere like, based on different transaction details, based on different things. So, there are many some sub areas in those where you can use AI to, do. So this whatever credit card prevention, theft prevention is just one particular project. There are many such things in the cyber security. It's a whole big area where usage of AI is of, like, you can use it for many purposes.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah.
So, like, if we'll get any other questions, we'll let you know. As of now, I think there are no questions. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so thank you
Yeah.
so much for this.
Okay, ma'am. So, as of now, we'll hold for 1 hour for lunch, and we'll continue this session or panel discussion by 2:15. Okay, so I request all the participants to join sharp at 2:15 to continue with the panel discussion.
information you are going to search over internet, guys, we can find out, we can formulate your characteristic. Now this kinds of the person you are. This is the power of your data analytics. All right. Now again, some more report I'll say. A study by Deloitte Technology in the mid-market perspective and priorities report that management obviously see that the value of analytics. In a view of the review, 65.2% of the responded are utilizing some types of analytics that is helping their business need. Means that Deloitte is such a type of the organization where the student have a dream. Now the Deloitte come and we are going to absorb, guys. Right now, if you look the Deloitte, the overall scenario, we are teaching a case here, then almost 70%. 70%, the people, they are try to use the analytical skill. Somewhere, indirect or direct, they are going to incorporate your different analytical skill. By some estimate, this is again report, the US alone has a shortage of about 1,90,000, the data scientists and 1.5 million business analysts. Globally and in the particular US, companies need expert in the business analytics. High demand means higher salary and a variety of options. With the rate of data only increasing, these jobs are not likely to be go away anytime soon. Means at least next 10 years, guys, you are in safe mode once you absorbed by the any analytical company. And the report, the Science and Technology Committee published this report is one meant for the UK and noted that 58,000 jobs could be created and 206 billion pound contributed to our economy. I'm talking about the particular UK. They are saying 2.3% of GDP, gross domestic product, guys. This is a huge number. From this particular slide, guys, in a nutshell, I can say worldwide, guys. I'm talking about the UK, I'm talking about the France, I'm talking about the European country, I'm talking about the the Middle East, I'm talking about the India, China, whatever the way, guys. If you are the skilled person, particular in this particular domain, I'm sure, guys, your future is going to save, and next 10 years, 15 years, you are in safe hand. All right. Now, guys, some more, the picture I will give here. I'm going to, because you are the BTech student. Now, what kinds of the courses is a suggestion? Don't take another way. It's a suggestion. What kinds of the courses might be you are going to the study for your the BTech student. The branches doesn't matter. It may be CS, it may be IT, it may be the Mac, it may be production, it may be operation, it may be civil. The branch is not a matter. I'm saying as a holistic the view. What 5 courses, ladies and gentlemen? The first course is the data science. A course in data science will not only give you mathematical and statistical skill, but also equip you with the tools to work on assignment that entail the real world application. So here my intention is you must know all those statistical parameters like what is the sampling, what is the primary data source, what do you mean by the secondary data source, how actually we are going to conduct the survey. All right, how actually we are going to clean the data, what is t-test, what is p-test, what is the mean error, all those things you are going to learn here. Different about the data, how actually you are going to club the data, how actually you are going to eliminate the data. Different process, guys, you are going to learn here. The second course here, what I recommend, it's a machine learning. I mention the, because if I'm talking about the this particular area of the analytics, that machine learning is the one of the important the course. What do you mean by, ladies and gentlemen? You are going to learn your machine, and on behalf of you, machine is going to take a decision. So, guys, machine learning is utilized in a range of industries. So I'm saying branch is not a matter, art sector is not a matter. You are a health sector, the people, you are education people, you are operation people, you are looking a supply chain problem, you are looking some other problem, you are entrepreneur. All right, guys, machine learning is present everywhere. Without machine learning, data analytics, business analytics is zero. So this is the backbone of your system. So that's why the second course is going to, I recommend, it's the machine learning. you can split this machine learning, because machine learning we can categorize in a three-way: supervised, the unsupervised, and enforcement learning. Later we'll discuss some other day, but this course is important, for you. Now I'm going to tell you how actually your professor is going to deliver the lecture. Just after 10 minutes I'm going to tell you, but right now I'm going to discuss about what parameters are there, what are the courses we are going to recommend. Data science is a totally related to the data, where you are going to boost up your statistical, the ability. Then machine learning will try to discuss about all those, means advanced machine learning, ensemble, and all those things, guys, you'll try to learn with respect to the real problem, otherwise learning, is not going to happen. All right, you actually, the whenever you are going to learn, you definitely try to recall yourself ki yaar, where I can accommodate, will I am going to solve the problem. My institute is something, the can I apply what professor taught me, can I apply this newspaper is saying this kinds of the problem, can we participate based upon our learning, guys. If you have this kinds of thinking, this kinds of stuff, then definitely your learning curve is going to be exponentially increasing. All right, the third course, I'll give one example here. In a machine learning, the recently, ladies and gentlemen, since the I'm doing, the parallel your research also. So if you click here, so I, the published one paper, I'm going to tell you here the story. Then the probably, okay, how, the we can, guys, here I mentioned about best strategy to win a match, an analytical approach using the hybrid machine learning, the model. Now, guys, how actually, the we thought, our team, the thought, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the, the very good journal, annals of operation. It's highly recommended in different places. So guys, now what in this paper, what we did during my, the conversation, the with my student, I, taken the data, I downloaded the data from ESPN, the stat guru, ESPN, the try to maintain all those, the player data. And the Indian cricket is controlled by the BCCI. All right. And if you remember, ladies and gentlemen, BCCI, the always every year have a ranking system. Will Virat Kohli, we are going to say A plus. Hardik Pandya is A plus. Maybe the Rishabh Pant is the category B. Some other the is saying category C. How actually that they are going to categorize? All right, they are manually doing. Now what exactly we did? We try to use that particular data based upon the way we are going to learn the machine learning, ladies and gentlemen. We try to predict okay, what my model is going to say for the year 2021, now Virat Kohli is really going to A plus. We try to categorize, we'll try to assign their the ranking system, and finally we are going to matching what BCCI did and what my model did, and then we find out that our accuracy for that particular model is 91%. Majority of the time we are correct, and on the basis of this we have to predict it for the year 2020. Now how BCCI the maybe is going to the categorize the player. This is the one aspect of the paper. All right, so later I'll share this particular paper, and if you look, guys, what are the factors we are going to choose? These are the factors: run scored, wicket taken, bowling average, number of catches, toss decision, match time, batting position, match location. Many factors are there, but once you are going to discuss with your team, discuss with your the batchmates, then the probably you are able to find out how actually the things are going to happen. All right, so this is just the example I share. Now I'm moving further. So the first course is the data science. Second course is the machine learning. And again, the request to all of you. Once you are going to learning with the machine learning, guys, you try to apply. Try to apply, the somewhere. Try to resolve some of the problem. I'll give the one of the website where you can participate also. The third course, which we are going to, the prefer as a business analytics. The business analytics will resolve around the technologies and practices that investigate past business performance. It then uses it to develop the strategies and achieve business goals. The role of the business analyst is support organization while taking the proactive decision for the development. In this particular course, guys, do not tell all those algorithms the again. All right, here your job is particular for professors, they try to do some hard work try to find out some the business related problem, some technical related problem, and then you try to solve how actually we are going to resolving that particular problem. More application oriented, guys, because the course name is business analytics, more application oriented you are going to discuss. For example, just I'm giving one more example. Me and my student during business analytics, we discussed about, guys, you people have idea about the Amazon website, and I'm sure you are going to purchase something. The during the purchase, definitely we are looking the reviews, guys. This particular paper, what is this particular research or this particular project, what exactly we did, we try to the see. Yeah, the one important things, let's say I'm going to purchase a jeans, I'm just giving example. Why should I go for the the Nimro or any other brand? भैया मेरे पास पैसे नहीं है. I have 1,000 rupees. I know about that. Some the local brand is also there. Who are there is Amazon, but so my intention for this ki how actually we are going to promote some local brand. All right, some local brand. So that's why if you look, differential effect on online signals are self-performing for local brand clothing product. Guys, if you look, these are the parameter which I identify. I just show one figure, and then we go ahead. So that, yes, this sorry, yeah, I'll just increase this one. Ladies and gentlemen, now here what I'm my particular job is in this particular paper ki how actually we are the increasing the sales rank for that particular local brand people, what they are going to do, how actually their rank is going to the maybe in top 10, top 20. All right, so guys, these are the different parameter which we analyze. Number of question asked, discount amount, average product rating, discount rate, positive sentiment, negative sentiment, number of reviews, prices. Even the latter I found the photographs is also matter. Photograph pasted by the user, not pasted by the that company. Let's say I'm I taken that particular product from that particular local vendor, then utility photograph I have to paste. That particular photograph makes the marginal difference, makes the difference what the branded people are saying and what my customer is saying once they are using my particular product. Guys, the meaning is, dear professors, dear student, the meaning is here कि when you try to discuss such kind of the courses, you try to enhance your student, they try to resolve some unique problem. Maybe this is the research opportunity for the student. A student is going to do a research, and later this research paper, maybe some student have a plan to go the doing the MS or maybe other degree, then probably these research paper maybe the help in their the career. And for professors, definitely the you can get the other benefit for the this particular paper. All right, so these are the the few examples which I quoted. So now here again I'll come to the my point. Uh, Business analytics. Now the next course is guys, entrepreneurship. If you are a dreamer and start a business venture of your own, an entrepreneurship course is the way to go. It will help you to lay the groundwork for the successful business. So, guys, my humble request to the organization, this kind of the courses you also introduce. So, guys, till now we've introduced the 4 courses: data science, machine learning, business analytics, and entrepreneurship, and last one course which is a combination of the 4C for the 21st century, and then 4C is the collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and creativity. All right. So this is also one of the course which you have to propose. These skills are fundamental to building a strong career and ensuring your success in a way of organization. The 4C will help you to adopt the rapidly changing the scenario, formulate how actually you are building the model, how actually the creativity, logical, me and my student and the thinking about. So how actually the frequently we try to the build the model, we'll try to examine that particular model. So through this particular course we are going to learn. So there are, you have 5 courses that you can use to stay ahead of the curve in the world that is ever changing. So it's not I'm saying that you are going to follow, but similar kinds of courses definitely you are going to introduce for entire the BTech the program. All right. Now, guys, look this particular, the graph. This is the again, I build a model. Actually, I think last month I was in NIT Surat, where that talk about to how actually we teach the analytical subject. So I prepared this kinds of the graph. Guys, if you look here, this is the industry expert. Industry expert is now going to hire. They have a different project. They are hiring a skilled person. This is the student. This is the student worried about data analytics, since it is in a demand in the the corporate world. Worried about the placement and confused because that particular person do not have idea, because their BTech course curriculum in a such a way they are not able to the crack something. They are going to depend upon the third party, and third party is going to charge. Ladies and gentlemen, so desire to secure a placement in reputed company. This is the gap between student skills set and corporate the experience expectations. Target student who are skilled in a data analytics. So that industry the people are saying ki bhaiya, we are the giving a job to only those students who are the skilled oriented for the analytical domain. Guys, you are here, dear faculty, you are here, you are a bridge between your student as well as this the particular the corporate agency. You try to see the feeling of the student. You have to coach your student in such a way, different learning capacity, different educational and cultural background. Guys, here you have to introduce the different courses. Just here I mentioned about the data analytics and business analytics. On the basis of the skill which you try to provide to your student is going to happy student and placed in the dream company. So the by large you are going to the help to your student, and by large you are going to satisfy to the industry people. In this way you have a strong linkage between your alumni and between your corporate, because ultimately this particular student is going to someday here. So in this way, this is the the chain, this is a supply chain is the moving on, and you as a professor, it's a really important role. All right, now particular I'm going to give the IM system example. In IM system, I think all of you know about the IM only for the management education. I also thought, but the when time passes, but due to the need and demand, now we added many courses and trained our student in the emerging areas. Guys, if I compare the 10 years the before 10 years before, no the no demand at all, so our students are placed. But if we talk about the different placement company, they forces ki, professor, you please prepare your student in this particular area. So that's why, guys, we are a management institute, but if you look, we introduce, these are the compulsory courses: data analytics via Excel, R and Python; business analytics, advanced business analytics, social media analytics, blockchain for managers, data visualization, deep learning, new experience for a manager. Ladies and gentlemen, in IM system, we have a hybrid. The people are coming from the BA background, Bachelor of Art. People are coming from the IIT. People are coming from your institute. All right, let's say that they are a computer science the graduate, and you just compare a guy who is did Bachelor of Art from the Subodh PG College, Jaipur. Guys, you can't compare both. They are the opposite angle. But this is a challenge for the analytical courses. You try to teach in such a way. That's why this is it's not homogeneous, it's the heterogeneous audience. So that's why I'm going to say, you have a different engineering background people. You try to prepare your course model in such a way कि mechanical engineering people do not feel burdened कि no भैया, is the analytics course is only meant for the IT people or computer science people. No, not at all. Analytics is meant for everybody. Maybe you are 10 plus 2, maybe you are Bachelor of Art, maybe you are graduate from IIT, maybe you are graduate from SMU, maybe you are graduate from Harvard. Analytics meant for everybody. All right, it's a depend upon the professor, it's depend upon the organization, how actually you are going to handle the situation. All right, so I'm just giving the example. These are the different courses which we floated, and students are taking that courses. Guys, I told you, if you are that doing some project, so there is a one website, probably a couple of the professors know about that. There is a one website, couple of professors know about that, Kaggle. You can get the variety of the data, variety of the project. So how my students are doing, I'll tell you during my the course. So guys, when you go ahead with the Kaggle have a registration process. So once you have to the do the registration process are totally free. Guys, Kaggle, is always has a competition. Ladies and gentlemen, this is important. This is why I'm going. Data set. You have a many data set. You can use this data set to publish your research paper also. But I'm talking about with respect to the student perspective. They have a competition. Let's say I'm going to click the competition. So, ladies and gentlemen, now here you look. 19 active competition. 317, the completed competition, and this is the one inter competition, guys. If you are confident, then guys, you have to participate. Worldwide people are participating as a group. Six, make a six people, the group, and you try to participate, try to resolve some of the problem. And if you want, then huge amount of money. And definitely if you are in top 10, guys, placement is not a matter, because once at the time you will soak in. Now I got the Kaggle third rank competition, the worldwide, guys. It's a guarantee. It's a guarantee. You have the full authenticate person ki that banda is a skill oriented banda. All right, so if you are struggling to find the problem, ladies and gentlemen, do not worry. You just simply log in Kaggle, and the many projects. This is the completed the project. All those code, all those reports are there. Just you have to explore कि पुराने बंदों ने कैसे किया था. You try, do not participate in here. You try to say, if this is also not possible, or if not, try to develop the few cases on the basis of fictitious story. Just imaginary story you are going to write. All right, and then you are going to, once you are going to teach the machine learning or the business analytics, guys, you first discuss that particular problem ki yaar, this is the problem. Now how actually we are going to resolve. All right, first you discuss, then discuss the method, then student maybe are going to enjoy, and then probably the learning rate is going to increase. Guys, different now student point of view, different the tools here you are going to learn, particularly if you are going to the learn about the analytical. Excel, definitely Rapid Miner, all right, Weka, Google Colab, R Studio, all right, Anaconda, and particular GUI for Anaconda, which I prefer. Orange is the one of the the best software nowadays. The Python based, automatically Python code is going to generate. I'll just give the the basic demo ki how things are easy the for Orange. All right, once you install the Anaconda, Orange is automatically there. You just click that Orange, that it's a GUI, and that you can generate the entire Python code. So no need you are going to write. Particularly in R, packages are there. Just you are going to install that package and you are going to enjoy the entire things. Guys, when you are going to teach any particular subject, the first the class, the first session, definitely you have to dear professors, once you write a particular research paper, why you going to the say keywords? Because these keywords is roaming here and there in entire the 30 page entire research paper. The same thing, you have a the connection between you and your student via your course. The first session, definitely what are the keywords you are going to use, all those keywords you are going to discuss in a class number 1. For example, I just mentioned simulation, machine learning, data warehouse, stat, mining, big data, and structured data, pivot table. Just I'm giving example. Then students are going to aware ki okay, these are the the couple of the key points now professor is going to discuss in next 20-30 classes. Guys, there is a difference between business analysis and business analytics. Analysis means basically it's a requirement kinds of things. Basically it's the problem formulation, use cases, and other things. When we are talking about the analytics, so basically we are talking about the data sciences. We are going for the predictive analytics and many other things. Guys, whenever you are going to get something new things, all right, I think 3-4 days back, I am one of the WhatsApp group. They send a message to me, "Ki, Professor, so guys, such kind of the message if you get, try to convert in a PPT and share with your students." So I found this the slide is really important. The before the sitting the placement process, just the scan by the student. Okay, machine learning kya kya hota hai, deep learning, ensemble, neural networks. So guys, just the one slide have the meaning a lot. All right, so such kind of the masses, such kind of things, definitely you have to encourage. If I'm talking about the type of analytics, guys, so I think everybody know about that. Okay, there are the 3 types of analytics. You must the cover once you introduce the course. What has happened, it's a descriptive. What could happen, it's a predictive. And what should we do, it's a prospective. So all 3 dimensions you try to capture via 5-6 different courses. All right. just I'm giving a simple, when we are going to topic, you're teaching the machine learning. Hello. Yeah.
Please continue, sir. Please continue. Don't worry.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, when we are going to, let's say, I'm going to teach my student, the civil engineering student, understanding of the civil engineering or understanding of electrical engineering about, the any particular, the machine learning is a very difficult. So guys, as a professor, ladies and gentlemen, as a student, you always try to the use some the very very the easy words. So first you tell to your student ki, yeah, what is the difference between programming and machine learning? All right, because students say ultimately you are doing the programming, so I'm just giving a two picture, guys. Input plus program is equal to output. This is what exactly we are doing with the programming, guys. Now look the machine learning. Input plus output equal to program, because with respect to the output behavior, you are going to train your machine, and on behalf of this machine, now the machine is going to take a decision, guys. So such kind of the basically the I ask to your professors, dear professors, you please devote your time. You try to the create a slide in such a way, so the a particular student do not the feel any difficulty ki now they have a clear cut idea ki, okay, this is the meaning of program and this is the meaning of machine learning. Otherwise, most of the places when I discuss to the student, they are saying machine learning is just like a computer program, guys. My the meaning is ki you people are prepare your lecture in such a way, our dear student, you will try to do the googling in such a way so that you have a better understanding. All right, just one example I'm going to tell you. uh, I wrote one research paper, guys. This is the about data, let's say satisfaction. I'm talking about, let's say, a particular any organization. Let's say the different professors are there. Don't mind professors, and professors are working continuously. Satisfaction level, and they have a evaluation score. Institute or organization will assign the evaluation score, and an individual candidate is going to assign the satisfaction. Let's say a person is going to organization is going to assign based upon your performance 7 marks out of 10. Maybe yeah, that person is saying ki yeah, this 7 marks, and maybe self satisfaction score is 3. I'm just giving example. It means organization is going to say ki you are a highly valuable person for me, but organization didn't promote you. That's why your self satisfaction, you are not satisfied the rules and regulation for the organization. So I found this kinds of data, so I allocated the cluster. So guys, if you look here, this the particular cluster is means these particular group of the people are highly satisfied, institute evaluated, and their self satisfaction score is also high. Ladies and gentlemen, now look, the problem is here. The problem is institute evaluated ki yaar ye bande, it's a far better for me, they are the real the assess for me. But guys, they and their their ranking, their the self satisfaction score, somewhere they are highly dissatisfied about the policy of the institute, so that's why they are leaving. So particular data set is saying ki who are going to leaving, guys. So I made a cluster, and if you look this particular cluster, they are saying कि यार बंदे भी बेकार हैं and perform भी नहीं कर रहे हैं, there you have to. So if these employee are leaving, there is no problem. But if these employee are leaving, ladies and gentlemen, there is a problem. All right, so guys, this is the machine learning. So on the behalf of this particular data, what I am going to say, you can predict, ki who are the people in next academic year, who are the people likelihood is going to resign, so on the basis of that, guys, you maybe say to the HR people, this is the finding of data analytics, and that probably Mr. X, you please do something, otherwise likelihood they are going to resign from our organization. They are the real the hero of the institute, guys. This is the power of analytics. So when I wrote one of the research paper on the same intelligent employee retention system for attrition rate analysis and churn prediction. Later, you once you get a time, guys, you please go ahead. Probably you will the get a lot of the things here. All right, ladies gentlemen, again, if you are not comfortable, all right, you have to write the cases. For example, just Uttar Pradesh election, ladies gentlemen, I'm giving example here. Here I'm the writing here. Political analytics hold the key is application. So I wrote on the basis of what Uttar Pradesh election. I'm saying ki as a student you are going to accommodated by the BJP party or Congress party or some other party, and how actually you are going to analyze. This is the in the story, and this is the data I can download it from the election the commission website. And guys, we can resolve this particular problem via see how actually we are going to resolve nota and all those things. You just look the letter, you just look how actually we are going to analyze. Just look here how actually we are going to analyze what is which place BJP is number one, which place other the party is number one, guys. So we are going to analyze. So this is also the one of the the real the value of analytics. All right, so I'm not saying I'm going to resolve the only company problem, guys. Political party problem we are going to resolve. That's why Prashant Kishore is the valuable asset for all those party. Now you look the relationship with the Congress want कि Prashant Kishore please join. All right, because he have a good analytical skill. All right, so guys, ladies gentlemen, for a student, if you are going to the learning the machine learning, then definitely you have to learn all those three techniques. I request to the professor, try to go depth and try to teach in such a way students are going to solve some real problem. This is the sir and ma'am, how much time left? I have a 5 minute more, or hello?
Hello, sir.
A 5 minute time I have, or so over?
Yeah, it's fine, sir. Fine, sir. You can take it 2 to 3 minutes, sir. Fine, sir.
Okay,
Go
okay.
ahead with the.
Just I'll wrap up. So
Yes.
guys, these are the analytical life cycle, and just I'm going to demonstrate ki how actually the way I'm going to particular teaching some analytical course here. So the Python through Orange I'm going to teach here, guys. Just I'm going to tell you now, guys. This is the effort by the professor, guys. I just made two files. This is the car file where I'm going to predict these are the conditions. Right now this is the training data, is condition is all good. This is the false information I want to predict. So ladies gentlemen, now you look the my flow. This is you are going to predict ki how actually I'm going to, guys, you just look. I created my the own picture in such a way. First student go to the file, click the right, set the target, guys. You just look here, then connect with the tree. Then you have to tree viewer, just connect with the tree, you will get this one, guys. Then again you have to test and score, connect with this, you will get the confusion matrix, you will get the confusion matrix, you will get the model accuracy, guys, you will get the confusion matrix. Again your training data set, guys, you have to connect for the prediction, connect with the model, and guys now here all those the things are going to calculate it. So guys, I created so many things. Now I'm going to stop here. So thank you Sikkim Manipal University, and thank you YT department. Nice interaction. Now is there any questions? So please paste in a chat window so that I can read, and then I'll respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Praveen. It's a very, very enlightened lecture from the data analytics perspective. There's just a small correction, sir. We are Manipal University Jaipur. Sikkim Manipal University is our system.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm really
fine,
extremely
fine.
sorry.
So, very enlightened lecture, I must say. Please accept my sincere thanks from my colleagues and my students. You have you have covered the length and breadth of data analytics. I don't think that, but there is one question in my mind.
Sir.
I want to tell you, Dr. Praveen, that here in Manipal University Jaipur, we are running a UGA and a PG program in data science.
Yeah.
Data science and engineering, not with the computer specialization. Please,
Okay.
it's not a BTech computer science with my specialization in data science. No, a full-fledged program, BTech program in data science and engineering, 4-year program with approval from AICTE.
Wow, great.
So our aim is to make Jaipur, Manipal University Jaipur as a hub for the data analytics, particularly from the perspective of data science in the next 5 to 10 years. And the management and staff, we are working and slowly moving towards that.
No, I'm sure, Dr. Vyas, you have a leadership quality, and definitely, under your, the guidance, your institute will progress a lot. Your professors will learn a lot. So I know about it. You are a very hardworking person. So kind. And my humble
My
request to
faculty
you.
colleagues are equally hardworking also, sir.
No, I'm saying, the professors are always, the hardworking. So I'm not saying, I'm saying all professors are hardworking. But
So
so
what
my
type
humble
of
request to
tools?
you.
Basically, we would like to have a data science center here, center of excellence for the data science.
Great,
So
great.
what type of tools or what type of labs if you have in your mind? So that
Sir,
is first thing I would like to that you please discuss with us.
yeah. So,
And
sir,
from your experience in IIM Rohtak, I would like to have a few that how much placement, how much data analytics placement is taking place as compared to other domains.
I'll tell you, we have around about 260 student in our MBA. So 50% student plays only due to analytics. They are going to the Google analytics. They are going to, the ICICI Bank analytics. All those analytical sector, either banking, e-commerce, Amazon. This year recruiting 32 student, and out of 32 student, they are, the 21 student for the only analytics purpose.
Okay,
And
fine.
that's why if you look our course curriculum, because we are the management institute, that's why social media analytics, business analytics. Now I'm going to teaching deep learning for managers. Can you believe? As an MBA student, the teaching deep learning is really hard. But we'll try to manage in such a way that now you need not write the code, but you will try to, see how deep learning is going to enhance your skill set.
That's right. And particularly out of the tools that you have discussed, which one we should have it in our data center, center of excellence for data science?
Right
Recently,
now,
we
I recommend do not waste the money for making a SAS and SPSS. All right, because all those property, all those attribute, all those the features you can govern by Python and R. So just the go ahead with Python and R. No need for other software. And Excel, of course, Excel must you have.
okay, that's fine. Thank you. So, Shalini madam, if anybody
Yes,
has
sir.
any other question,
Yes, sir. We have a question. We have a set of questions in the chat box. So, Dr. Praveen, the first question is, uh, the Rahul Saxena, the student, Rahul Saxena has asked that what are the differences in roles? Data scientist, data analyst, data engineer, business analyst, and why they differ in terms of salary
Salary.
structure.
So I'm saying, salary structure, why they are differ, because it's a depend upon the knowledge. It's a depend upon the knowledge nomenclature. If you have a dense, the idea about, because if you look the nomenclature, data scientist also using the machine learning, data analysis also using the machine learning, business analysis people also using the machine learning, is depend upon how much that you have a skill. All right, nomenclature is different, salary range is different. Salary range is based upon how much you have to skill set. That's it.
Okay, sir, one more question is a request to enlighten a bit on these as the requirements seem almost same.
Yes, yes. Answer is yes. Ultimately, either you are data science or you are AI engineer or you are business analytics professional. Basically, you are going to play with the data. Need may be change, but ultimately 75% the step same. What data scientists they will do, what business analytics expert will do, same thing. Slightly difference. Some other day, the some actually what happened once you do the some real project, then I'll tell you, okay, now this is the business analytics. The role is important, because in business analytics we need the people who have idea about that particular sector, because once we are predicting that particular person know about that, what is the benchmark. Data scientists can't do have the benchmark, because that particular person do not aware about the other the industry. But this business analytics, well, that's why salary range might be a differ, but ultimately 70% tasks are common.
Okay, thank you, sir. So next question is, what is the difference between econometrics and machine learning techniques?
Econometrics, basically we are going to using for the time series data. like let's say I'm going to compare with the Indian GDP and our Indian economic survey with the China economic survey, where if I'm going to write the code for the Python, it will take a time. All right, while econometry, all those economics related package is there. All right, so we can easily will do.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out the time from your busy schedule. This was a wonderful talk on analytics and is definitely going to help the audience.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Manipal University Jaipur. Thank you very much. Namaste and good evening to all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Parveen. Thank you. We would like to have you physical presence here
No, definitely,
sometimes
sir.
at your time of convenience.
If time permit, definitely I want. I love, the see your campus and see the progress of your, the analytical, the lab or whatever the center.
Thank,
Anytime you
thank,
can take a feedback, I'll give you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
thank you, Dr. Parveen.
Thank you.
So, dear students, just wait. We are going to start a panel discussion within next 5 to 10 minutes. Over to you, Neha.
Much. So this day has been wonderful altogether. The talks that we had today were perfect, and we got to learn a lot from these. So we are waiting for our panelists to come and join the session. Three of our panelists are already here: Mr. Sridhar Jonala, Mr. Shubhajit Bhattacharya, and Mr. Yashwardhan Sharma. We'll have a brief introduction of all of them, and by 3:30 we'll start the panel discussion. We'll be waiting for next 5 minutes so that everybody can join.
Good afternoon, Shubhajit sir. Good afternoon, Yashwardhan sir, Sridhar sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Hope I am audible.
Yeah, sir, very
Okay.
much
Good afternoon.
audible, sir. Thanks that you people have taken time from your busy schedule to interact with our audience. So we are having a faculty members, we are having a students, we are having a school students who are listening to your panel discussion, and that event is live telecasted on the YouTube channel also, sir. So it's a continue event. So we'll just start within 2 or 3 minutes. We are waiting for one of the panel members to join.
So very good afternoon to all of you. So after this entire enlightening day of expert talks, we are about to move to our panel discussion. I think it is going to be as fruitful as our expert lectures. So I would like to introduce our panelists for today's panel talks. First, Dr. Yashwardhan Sharma. He is currently Associate Professor in the Department of Computer Science and Information Systems at BITS Pilani. He is also faculty in charge at Information Processing Center, BITS Pilani. Sir, we welcome you all. Also, we have with us Mr. Sandeep Yadav. He is Customer Success Manager, Data Analytics, India region in Altair since 2014. He has over 14 years of experience with customer-focused technical roles, enabling clients adopting and leveraging digital technologies across their product lifecycle. Mr. Sandeep, you are very welcome to our conclave. Moving on, we have Mr. Sridhar Jonala with us. He has 20 plus years of experience in data science delivery and consulting, specialized in NLP, machine learning, and computer vision technologies. He is also responsible for defining and executing AI technical strategy, establishing new age AI technology, and drive IBM's delivery alliances and partnerships. He is also startup mentor for Stoke Systems. Sir, we welcome you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Also, we have with us Mr. Harsh. He's co-founder and partner of AgFarm Bio Innovations LLP. This is a biotech startup and is focused on transforming the farm to fork food supply chain through its portfolio of sustainable products, which conserves and enhances food safety, thereby preventing losses and need for large capex investment in cold chain. He was earlier associated with IBM till end of 2021 as distribution and industrial sector partner and executive director for India and South Asia. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you.
We also have with us Mr. Shubhajit Bhattacharya. He is a seasoned IT professional having tenured experience, technology evangelist, entrepreneur, thought leader, mentor, author, and speaker. He has got deep experience into IT consultancy, solution architecting, complex software engineering, delivery operations, portfolio, and project management, while working with some of the global Fortune 100 multinational companies. We welcome you, sir. So about this panel discussion.
Just a minute, Neha ma'am. So, Harsh sir, Shubhajit sir, Dr. Yashwardhan, Dr. Jano, Mr. Jonala, and Mr. Sandeep, please accept our sincere thanks on behalf of Department of IT and every one of its faculty member and student. We know that it's a very hard time for you to find a free time to interact with our audience. So I want to inform you that that event is live telecasted via YouTube channel and approximately 600 students have joined, both at the WebEx link as well as via YouTube channel. So it is for the engineering students also, and it is for the school students also who would like to pursue their career in the field of data science. So many big thanks to all of you for joining this event. Thank you. So I like that before we start, I would like to have all the panelists to please switch on their videos so that we have a photograph before we start the session. Dr. Shalini, Bhavna ma'am, Devesh Chaudhary, Anurag Bhatnagar, Visham Mohan, please start the cameras. So is it done, Neha ma'am?
Sir, I cannot see you. Divesh sir. Bhavna ma'am.
Okay. Let's take the snap and then we'll start. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Over to you, Neha.
Thank you so much, everybody. I've taken a picture. It's going to be a wonderful one. So before we move on to the panel discussion, I would like to inform all of you that we have floated a registration form to all of our students, asking for their suggestions or any questions they have, because there won't be much of time to inculcate everybody's questions. So we have chalked out a bunch of questions for each one of you and some general questions, so anybody can put in their thoughts. So I'll be focusing on each of your questions. I'll be asking on behalf of our students and my colleagues. So I'll be asking the questions today, and we'll have a healthy discussion on that. So my first question is for Mr. Harsh. So being in the field of data science, what opportunities are there for students like our students or the students who are younger or want to pursue their career as a data scientist in ag farm bioinventions or any other relevant organizations? So what do you think are the opportunities here?
First of all, sincere thanks to Professor Vyas, Neha ma'am, and everyone from the MUJ faculty for having me here. And it's such a pleasure to be on the same panel as Sridhar Jonala. Both of us have worked earlier in the past very closely. And so now coming back to your question. Actually, the demand has been growing for quite some time. Way back, if I recollect, and Sridhar can correct me, I think we already had at least 5 years back, 6, 7 years back, we had already hired 700, close to 700 data scientists ourselves. That's within IBM, because that's the forecast which we had seen, and which actually now, if I look across firms, whether it's a Tata Steel, I'm not just talking about my firm alone, which is a young startup, but Tata Steel, or you talk about Vedanta Group, or you talk about most of these large conglomerates, everyone is actually hiring. It's not just the IT majors who are giving supplying services or executing projects. It's and whether you're talking about HUL, everyone is hiring a data scientist, because everyone has understood the need, specifically for the need to glean insights from the vast amount of data which is already with them or in the public domain, and probably connect the dots across and drive up the revenue or bring down the cost. And it's cutting across functions. It's just not one function within these organizations. That's the perspective which I definitely carry with me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Since Dr. Sridhar is also associated with you, you guys have worked together. So I'll ask the next question to Dr. Sridhar only. Sir, we have seen that global powers are now more focusing on sustainable development. And as it seems, they are trying to achieve 17 SDG goals. So how can we apply data science in promoting sustainable development? What are your views?
Okay, sure. Thank you for that question. Right, in the last 2 years, right, we have actually established a sustainability AI department within IBM, and then there are also other companies who are doing a similar exercise of setting up a different practice altogether to address this area. So it is gaining a lot of traction. And I will actually mention to you some of the use cases or some of the clients that we are working with you today in sustainability, just to highlight how far we have achieved in this space. We have been working with energy companies, because today, if you really look at the grid is mostly non-renewable energy services, generating power and then falling into the grid. But then today you have a lot of renewable energy sources, solar, wind, and other things which are falling into the grid. And there is also shift in the consumers who are actually now wanted want to go green, and they want to consume renewable energy sources. And especially in the developed markets, of course, it is catching up in India also, but it takes some time. So there is a need that how we actually forecast the energy needs, and how do we ensure that there is an optimal supply of energy to all the households that is happening. Right? So, and then I think at the end of the day, you are going to maximize the use of the renewable energy sources. And then that's how I think. So you have AI applicability. You can think of like optimization. You can think of like prediction or forecasting that is being used to ensure that there is an optimal energy supply to the households, and thereby also maximizing the renewables. Right? That's one of the use cases that you can think of. So the other thing is like several companies. Let's say you can think of like a beef industry in US, where I think from cows it actually goes to another place where it grows, and then there is at some place you cut all these calves, then some place you package it, and then finally it reaches the consumer. But in the entire supply chain journey, there are a lot of carbon emissions that is taking place. So we are trying to measure how this carbon prints can be reduced at each and every stage of the supply chain, which goes into understanding like what kind of feed, if we give to these animals, it can actually produce less amount of carbon footprint. What kind of genomics, what kind of animals should we actually bring up so that they can actually produce the meat with the required quantities and the ingredients, but still the carbon footprint is there. And genomics play a very vital role there. Certain kind of animals actually produce less digestive gases, because digestive gases are the one of the big pollutants. That is something which I understood when I started working with that industry. So this is something which is happening there. And even if you look at the Indian context, right, the staple burning that we worked with in the early November, December of last year in Punjab and other areas, right, there are certain areas or certain types of fields where I think you find this staple burning predominantly high. And then we are also looking at, like, say, those staple burnings in certain areas are causing more environmental pollution than the other areas. So that you can actually prioritize which fields, which farmers, which areas to focus on. So that's the kind of thing, right? So at the end of the day, if you really look at, there are some of them, I think not all the goals, but majority of the goals in the SDG, I think, can be addressed through AI. And one example also is that we are working with an Australian Taraju Juke in Australia, where we are actually trying to understand which species are supposed to get extinct because of the climatic or other weather conditions that are the Tarangu Ju, we call it as. So there is also a lot of applications of AI and data sciences, especially in the climatic preservation, energy conservation, and all of those areas. We are using it predominantly high. And companies have actually also now incorporating as part of their CSR activities to invest in this AI to actually improve this space. So with that, I'll hand over to you. Hello?
Neha, unmute yourself, I think.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So it was very enlightening and very interesting to know that companies are undertaking sustainable development as one of their key aspects for future development. So I think Ag Farm Bioinventions has a tagline added to it that it is working for sustainable life. Sir, what are your main projects? Would you like to give us some information about those?
Yeah. So there are multiple products which we have, but one of the flagship product is a recyclable product, which when deployed with the post-harvest fruits and vegetables, helps increase the shelf life and also reduces the spoilage. Just to give you some facts, in India, we are world's almost number 2 producer, but there's 30% loss in the entire supply chain. And that loss itself also is fairly, you can say, is impacting the greenhouse gas emission. Just going back and connecting the dots with what Sridhar just mentioned in terms of the sustainability. So if you are able to reduce those losses, you are in turn reducing the greenhouse gas emissions itself. And with that, you are also helping the country achieve its climate goals. Now, this product is completely organic. One of the products which I've talked about specifically right now with the brand name of Ola Fresh, it's organic in nature. It's leaves no chemical residue. It is recyclable, and it is packed in a tea bag sachet, which when kept in a food packing or anything, both in a B2B environment as well as a B2C environment, right now can ensure the fruits and vegetables can get, prevent spoilage as well as the shelf life gets instructions. So right now there is a lot of field trials which are happening across India, both in Bangalore as well as in the North India and other locations. And some of the results have been fairly encouraging to the extent possible.
Thank you, sir. I would like to divert my next question to Mr. Sandeep Pandey. Sir, can you please explain us that how data analytics is helping world powers? Since we have seen for the last 4 or 5 years, it has already taken the world powers at a mass. So, since Altair is serving a wide range of clients and customers, can you please share your thoughts on the same? How data analytics is going to help the world powers in upcoming years?
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks. So first of all, thanks for inviting us. Thanks, Dr. Pankaj, Neha, ma'am, and the panelists here. In terms of Altair, we as a technology provider, software technology provider, we have been providing these technologies, be it engineering simulation, AI technologies, and high performance computing to the industry from last 3 decades or so. And the kind of shift what we have seen from last say 4 or 5 years is kind of unparalleled, right? If I specifically talk about our data analytics solutions, the software technologies, earlier more of consumption of those technologies were in more of business and people centric kind of organizations, be it finance, marketing, those kind of organizations. And what we have seen lately, with all this shift, like smart and connected products and all, so the core engineering companies, be it from the automotive, the aerospace, the consumer appliance, those companies, they started using more and more of AI technologies and into their mainstream application in improving their products and services, right? Be it having those connected products which continuously generating data, pushing to their respective manufacturers so that they can improve their products based on the kind of feedback they are getting from the market, right? Or be it on their shop floor itself, OEM, like Mahindra, they're manufacturing vehicles and day in day out, how they can ensure like their assembly line, the manufacturing line, the production is uninterrupted, there is no kind of a breakdown of the machines. So all these smart and connected machines, manufacturing machines are there nowadays, which are continuously pushing data again. And there are dedicated team who basically understand the data, see the failure pattern, and then basically they work on sort of applications like predictive maintenance, and ensure that they basically get to know before any failure happens, right? So this is just one example from one of the industries. So from what I mean to say, from the core area of AI, which was earlier more of business centric, people centric, you can see more application now in product centric kind of industries, right?
Thank you, sir. I would like to take next question for Dr. Yashwardhan Sharma, since he's also an academician. Sir, what prospects do you find for students of data science in various fields? I'm not talking about particularly engineering field, but in various fields. As an academician, you can put a light on that.
Is students main jobs? Earlier people were going for IT jobs. Now you will see the trend, and already the trend has started where people last 2 years or last 3 years, if we see the placement data of any company, most of the students are going in this particular domain, whatever discipline they are in, like chemical engineering or civil engineering or electronics. So earlier from any disciplines people were going to the IT jobs, but now the IT job, the most of the jobs that because there is a trend has changed, because IT development has done a tremendous job for our country and across the world. They have done very successfully. They have converted all the operations, and through these operations for different organizations, different companies, we have collected huge volume of data. So that digitization has given us a huge volume of data. Now, in every domain, if you see whatever marketing, finance, HR, healthcare, everywhere in your mobile devices, social media, all your government programs have also started using the data that they have collected. So any industry where the data is generated, people are using them and they are building smart application or intelligent applications over that. So where they are using AI, computer science concepts, programming, all the different skills or the data visualization. So it is not something which is very drastically different from any engineering. Like if you look at a data science engineer or data analyst or data scientist, we can say that. So building applications for a particular organization, understanding that, and we want to use that for the better for a particular organizations, giving some efficiency initiatives for like the energy efficiencies that Sridhar is just informed. So I really appreciate the views that are shared by my panelists. So like the main important aspect in every domain is customer behavior analysis, where social media in feeds or NLP, as Sridhar has also worked on. So now people are going like another trend in academics that you see that every organization, every university is opening so many computer science seats. So everyone want to do a computer science, but that is not what I suggest. I see that it is a trend that is coming up because of the IT jobs, but every domain knowledge is very important. So people have to go for that, but the jobs can go into this particular domain, and I can see that from 2020 to 2030, definitely this domain would be there, and most of the 20% of the whole IT job market would be in this particular site. And all disciplines can do this. They can have some minor in a particular organization, particular university, which is specific to data science, where they can do some analytical courses for the data analysis, machine learning, data mining courses. So if they can add on these courses, that would be sufficient. Everyone don't need to go for a computer science specific degree or a particular going for a specialized degree. But if that permits a particular organization, then they can go for it. So I see there is a lot of scope for the students, and everyone is going for this. So thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Shubhajit, I would like to ask you that since you are a BOS member of IT department at Manipal University, you've been seeing the development process. So how, as an academic institute, we can bridge this industry academia gap? What are your thoughts on that?
First of all, good evening to everyone, and thanks a lot for inviting me in the panel discussion. See, to be very honest, so like while I have visited some of the universities, so I have seen a particular trend in the academic scenario, like they are more focused upon the textbook or case studies based teaching is there. Uh, Even if it's engineering, then also like we are more focusing upon the theoretical part. Certainly, there are practical labs, there are activities related to the technologies, like whether it is data science or whatsoever be, but we are more focused upon the theoretical part there. We again, like since at the moment of time, because of various limitations, we don't, like most of the universities may not get live projects to work on, and there is again limited scope to engage with the corporate world as well, because like again, like when we are talking from academia and corporate perspective, there are lots of things that work in between, and because of which the interaction between the academia and the corporate world is not that I will say that frequent as it should be, I believe. And again, the monotonous teaching paradigm. So like what I would suggest, like how we can bridge this gap is like we can more focus upon the case study based, like case studies oriented teaching paradigm. If we can introduce such kind of paradigm. So I remember like if you take IIT or if you take any other universities. So IIT as a building, it's nothing as such. It is IIT just because it has given certain value over the period of time. Most of the education, most of the teaching way is basically based upon the case studies, or maybe if it has got some sort of live projects or similar sort of use cases, they are basically working on it. So that is one way, one of the ways through which we can very well bring in a lot of new cases wherein the students can work on. That is first thing. Secondly, like emphasis on the realistic projects. So even if we start with a very basic thing, like if a person is, if a student is learning C program or C++ program, maybe he can start with how to add two variables to get the overall sum. But going forward, how he can work upon the actual realistic problem that would actually add a further value to it. Third one, like if we can invite the industry professionals and executives to take special sessions on several real life projects or real life scenario, that would also be helpful a lot. That will also bridge the gap between, because when we are saying like bridging the industry and academia gap, that is basically the pattern what the industry is basically following and the pattern what academia is following. And following to that, once the pattern will be matched, so automatically the gap will be lesser. Obviously academia will not be as equivalent to industry and vice versa too, because academia is more onto a research oriented or maybe from academic perspective. On the other hand, the industry is more onto the delivery perspective. So certainly there will always be a gap in between, but at the same time, if we start inviting people from the industry somewhere or other, I believe it will basically help to bridge this sort of gap. We can also encourage students for additional professional certification programs, whether it is from Microsoft, IBM, Oracle, SAP, Cisco, whatsoever. Because certainly students are pursuing their degrees, maybe BTech, MTech, PhD, whatsoever be, MCA, whatsoever be. But at the same time, if they can also pursue certain professional certifications or professional courses nowadays online, that would certainly give them a better exposure onto the how industry actually works on in a practical scenario. Uh, Next part is like what I have also told earlier too, like if universities can also look upon the fact that if they can set up some sort of center of excellence in association with corporates to work together on some sort of use cases or research work or maybe a portion of life projects, that will also set some sort of bridge between the academic and industry. We have to promote innovation and set up innovation and design thinking labs to nurture prolific ideas and to build innovative prototypes too. So that like if we are having such kind of prototypes in place, maybe we can organize a sort of fest and all, wherein like we can invite not only a particular maybe organization or company, but we can invite multiple companies, wherein like like as a university we can showcase the capabilities of our students, so that like the organizations may further get attracted towards, and then they would also like to know work, or maybe we can find out some sort of engagement model, how we can develop such sort of prototypes in future, maybe or based upon some sort of real life projects too. Promote entrepreneurship and set up startup incubation labs to attract corporates and VCs, the venture capitalists. Market these startup innovations rigorously across the organizations to build strong relationships. Encourage corporates to set up their pre-joining training centers. So like in many of the universities, they have already invited the corporates to set up their pre-joining training centers. So maybe this is also one of the best ways wherein like we can invite the corporates, like even TCS, Infosys, SCL, they have set up their training center in many of the colleges. So maybe like we can also invite them to set up their training center as a pre-joining training center, so that like there will be a continuous interaction between these corporates and the universities, and whatever be the I will say whatever will be the differences that we normally face what we are basically facing at the moment of time, that can very well be mitigated during that sort of discussions, healthy discussions with the corporate team. And finally, the plan industry visits as well. So we can also plan some sort of maybe annually twice or annually once, some sort of industry visit, so that like the students can understand how actually the work is happening in an organization, what is the lifestyle, how they actually work. So these are some of the ways, some of the best ways through which we can very well bridge the gap between the industry and academia.
Thank you so much,
Narayan,
sir.
can I just add to what Mr.
Absolutely.
Bhattacharya said?
Yes, sir.
No, I'll give a very different perspective. And Sridhar, please feel free to button, because you and I were involved way back in 2017 in that project in the NCR region. And this is a global, you can say, Fortune 500 firm out of India, one of the largest firms out of India, which embarked on a AI project, one of the first AI project in that entire segment. So what I believe the students should, and I'm not covering the same points which has been shared earlier, but from a live example case as to how it really happens. When the client starts to think about the project, there are different, it's not just the data science person alone. There are multiple players or team members which gets constituted in a project. So this, like, let's take example, this is one function, one department in that firm, it was there. And the first challenge comes is you have your tools, which are cloud API. The client doesn't want the data to move out of their prim. So that means you have to have knowledge about if you are using a cloud API, or if you are using on-prem, then what should be there and what kind of a security parameters are there. So as to how to protect and secure the data itself. So that means the team definitely has a data scientist. It definitely needs a little bit on and off expertise from a cybersecurity expert. It also needs a person with a cloud background. If there is a cloud API or you are going to migrate the data of the client, in this case, did not allow the data to move at all, and it had to be an on-prem exercise completely because of the sheer sensitive nature there, and which is a fairly well understood, because it was billions and billions of dollars of purchase data which we had to analyze. And it had a straight impact on the Indian economy itself. Apart from that, as I mentioned, cloud understanding, cybersecurity understanding, you are a data scientist, then you also have a UX person along with you. UX person, because finally it has to translate into dashboards. So the UX person has to work along with you to that extent, because that's where, when you analyze the data, you want to project it so that it becomes useful for the client to interpret that data, and it becomes easy. Or user interface, you have to develop user queries, or it should be dashboard, static or dynamic dashboards, whatever the case may be in that case. Apart from that, you definitely need a domain expert. Now, this was a very specialized area in a particular industry. Now, for a client interactions, when it is happening, without having the depth of that industry, you will only come across as a mere technical person. Either you will take requirements, you will not be able to challenge or even question or even give them a new point of view at all. So the team needed a person who had actually worked in that industry, had delivered something similar on that in that industry, and to be part of that team as one of the members. So this is how generally a team gets constituted. Now, in this case, it was, you can say, mostly on the sourcing side data, where the analysis was happening, but it can be fairly complex if it moves on to the, you can say, the manufacturing data platform combinations, wherein you would need IoT experts and others also to join the team. If it's a sustainability issue also, then obviously the sensors information and pulling in what connectors to work that person has. Because a data scientist can only work on data which is actually getting collated, stored, secured, and then he or she pushes it for a proper UX visualization of this. So this is how the entire, actually the team happens. So my personal understanding is You have to be an expert in your own area, there is no doubt, but you need to have a little bit of understanding as to how these other players interact. And last but not the least, it's not a single person role at all. It is always a team which works. So the interpersonal team dynamics, those soft skills are equally important. Thank you, ma'am.
Absolutely right, sir. Because many of our students had the same question as to what are everybody's feelings, like leaders' feelings about how the knowledge of a cyber security person, or what are the chances, what is the scope of a cyber security person in large cap companies like yours. So, how is it different from a data analyst? Is the weightage same? If students are interested in cybersecurity, can they be a part of such project where data analyst has more preference? So I think you have answered it pretty well. It is a team effort always. It's not always about the single person. So I think that question is answered pretty well. So another thing I wanted to ask, yes, sir, you want to say something?
Yes, yes. So on her answer only. So yes, he's very much right. So like at the moment of time, certainly data science, AI, all these things are, I will say, are hot cake in the market. But at the same time, we have to understand, like when we are working in a corporate, it is the team who is actually working. So the importance of each team member is equally important. So like whether it is a business analyst who is basically interacting with the client, whether it is the UX designer who is basically creating the user interfaces and all, whether it is the database administrator, whether it is the cloud administrator or on-prem. So whosoever is working, everyone is having certain stake. So we can't say like, oh, okay, someone is having a higher weightage or someone is having a lower weightage. One thing is sure, like if there are four wheels in a car, if one wheel is missing, car will not run. The same way in a team also, everyone is having the same weightage. Although from salary perspective, from seniority perspective, that's a different question altogether. But yes, like whether a person is good at or maybe interested in cybersecurity, or whether he is interested in UX design, whether he is interested in data science, whatsoever be, let him grow accordingly. It doesn't make any much sense, because going forward, that person or that student or the candidate will be basically expertise on that one. He or she will be called as a subject matter expert on that, and the weightage will automatically grow down the line. So anyway, it's a continuous learning throughout. So
Correct, sir.
yeah, sure.
Yeah. So there is one general question. It is to all of you. How important are these certification courses that students are doing nowadays, apart from the regular learning, apart from their technical degree, whatever they are doing, they are trying to do more, like doing extra courses from MOOC courses or corporate courses. How effective these courses are in getting hired or getting placed? Anybody can answer my question. It's a very simple
On the
question.
academic side, as an academician, I feel that any learning is good. So if you're learning from anywhere, it is good. So I appreciate their efforts, and if they're really learning there, and it will definitely they will be benefited by that. So nothing wrong in doing the things, but they should not leave out their original skills or original degree that they're doing. So interests are fine, and job prospectors and job market is also fine wherever they wish to go. But still, I prefer that they should learn, do the regular courses and attend the courses and do well in their academics as well. So I'm fine with from wherever they are learning. Thank you.
How about from industry point of view? How effective these courses are?
Sir.
I don't answer because you are continuously having talk about my experience from IIMs, but I would say you first. Yeah.
See, these courses are essential, right? So academics, of course, that's a primary thing that everyone has to achieve. It has to do it. These courses are also essential, and it's also that the learning that they have from these courses or certifications is what we measure, rather than the course and the certifications. So if any candidate that is coming in, even though he puts like 5 certifications in data science or 10 certifications in the data science, you have from Stanford to IITs to IIS, what we actually test is that whether this person has a knowledge of statistics, which I think, of course, you could have gained from the academics. We are good. If he is gained from additionally by attending these courses, we are good. So what we test is like one dimension is the statistics or the mathematical knowledge. The second dimension that we look out for is the programming, whether this person has the good programming, especially the Pythons, or he is understanding the latest AI and ML work, TensorFlow, PyTorch, and all of those frameworks. Does he know that? That's a programming aspect. The third part is dimension is where we look at is like if this person is experienced a little for 5 years, we try to test him that how much domain knowledge he has gained in each of the data science projects that he has worked. Right? So that is a third dimension we look at. So if you really look at a Venn diagram, what we look at is a person's statistical knowledge, a person's programming knowledge, a person's domain knowledge, irrespective of these number of certifications. You could have gained that through certifications or academics. We are good with it. We go and hire that person. That's my view.
Thanks, Sridhar, for chipping in because you really gave the ground's perspective. I have personally not been on panels at engineering college, but I've been on panels for the IIMs for management. And I'll give a different perspective, which is still relevant for the engineering students. I think there are three criteria. You have to be good in the area in which you are specializing. There is no two words about. Whether I talk about marketing specialization or whether I'm talking about a data science specialization for an engineering students, that's the basic. And that gets tested the moment we start drilling down on your projects. That's where Sridhar was also giving statistics as an example or programming as an example, or like in our case, we used to go deep into their supply chain operations or projects or anything like that. There we see the application of his academic knowledge, which he could have gleaned from the regular courses or and the application itself. And then the third comes is your ability to interact, communicate, and show confidence at the end of the day, because these people are generally put in front of the client at some point or the other, or they could be in offshore centers as well, but they could still be interacting with international, you can say, counterparts, and they should be able to navigate and correspond and interact as well. Last but not the least, if there are equal candidates, which in some cases does happen, and that's where the X factor comes in. X factor means, okay, you're good in your area, you've done very good projects, you can really explain about it in terms of, you can say, that specific area, how much additionally did you learn, or did you crack a different aspect to it, or something like that. But more important is how, not just deep, as in when I look at it, a T, it's not just how deep you went, but how wide also you went. And wide means, did you even learn about the interfaces and the integration aspects for it? And that's where it goes back to the earlier statement which I was making with your team members. Did you even understand what are the implications if you are suppose setting up a data lake? Do you even understand the implications of from a cloud perspective and cloud solutioning perspective? Do you even understand perspective of the cyber security of the data lake itself? And that's how you're trying to move. So those are, you don't have to be expert in that. That's a horizontal. But did you even learn for that? And that X factor only comes once there are 3-4 candidates and we just have to pick 1 or 2 out of them. So that's how you try and then differentiate between the candidates itself. So the given is your area. Number 2 is within that area, the projects which you have done, how well have you understood through that? Did you even glean any domain expertise or something like that, or something new? And third is interpersonal skills and confidence levels. Fourth is the interfaces and the integration points. Did you even understand from that perspective? And that's how a holistic picture starts to emerge at the end of the day about the candidate.
Thank you so much, sir.
If you permit, Neha, may I ask a question?
Absolutely, sir.
So my question is from the HOD perspective, sir. I just want to build a small context before proceeding with the question that in Department of IT, we are running 2 programs related with data science. One is BTech Data Science and Engineering, and one is MTech in Data Sciences. And many students from my own experience, I can say they are having a programming phobia. Programming phobia means they wanted to do the jobs that doesn't require, or at least doesn't require any knowledge about any programming skills. So because my questions to you now, to Sandeep sir, to Harsh sir, to Sridhar sir, and to Shubhajit sir, because you are industry experts, how to overcome this? Because from the last perspectives, we are seeing that many students, they are preferring the data. We want to, even if you look at the recent perspective, job market is tremendous in data science. Means no other field is exponentially growing except data science. Everyone is predicting that next 5 to 10 years, there are huge number of jobs available in data science, data analytics, as a business analytics, etc. But still, what we should do in order to make this field as an attractive and to convince the students that you can make their career even if they don't have large programming skills. So my questions to all of the panel members that how to overcome this programming phobia and how to convince the students that they can make the career in data analytics domain even if they have a basic knowledge of AI and machine learning. So I'll start with you, Harsh sir.
Thank you, Dr. Vyas, for this very pertinent questions. And let me just share an example. I mean, that was my learning as well. I was and this is way back in 2019. I was called in for IIM Bodh Gaya, which at that time was only 3 to 4 years old. IIM Institute, and during my interaction with the students, it was a pleasant surprise for me. And I'm talking about management graduates. I'm not talking about MTechs. I'm not talking about BTech students. The students went deep into some of the projects which I was explaining with respect to the cognitive enterprise. And he started explaining that we are learning R and we're learning Python and we are trying to analyze itself. So this is a very interesting, it took me that it is a very integral aspect. These are basic skills which the students are picking up and right at the IIMS levels also. So one aspect I would rather of your second question, I would say is it is important. They should not have the phobia. Well, they will not turn up into, you can say, coders or programming as specialists. But that basic level skill, almost every institute is imparting right now. And it's always better to know that. Maybe some of us who like spent 25 years and maybe on the business side may not have that skill, but at least we should know the application of it. That's the trend which I personally see it. That's something which is important, and demand is very high, there is no doubt, but the demand is on the right skills. Right skill, how do we define it? I define a data scientist, and that's my definition. That's not you can say any corporation's definition. The data scientist in my eyes is four dimension. One, somebody who understands his core area, which is, you can say, statistics and programming a little bit. The second dimension is with respect to any specific industry. Like if it in my industry, it would be the agri-tech or the food tech, some kind of an understanding that's important. That's where the domain aspect comes in. Third is with respect to the interpersonal and other skills. And the fourth dimension, which I look, is you should be able to interface and work with other areas as well. I would definitely pick a candidate who has a smattering of knowledge of cloud and cybersecurity, and it's deep, say, in fintech area. Suppose I was running a fintech, and fintech, both with respect to the finance process, if he has a little bit of understanding, and then obviously he's good in programming and with respect to you can say statistics. That's the right. And the other three dimensions, if you were to put a percentage around it, I would put 60-70% on the core skills, and then maybe 10% against the other dimensions. So that's my perspective, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And Shumajit sir, you are involved with us in developing the overall course curriculum for this BTech in data science and engineering, and you are an industry expert also. So I'd like to have your views on the same questions, that how to overcome what we should do as an academician to make it as a lucrative field and to sell it to the students. Because some universities, they are running this program with specialization. They are selling the word BTech in computer science. But our program is totally specifically designed from the data analytics perspective, not from the computer. There are certain core courses from computer science are there, but our focus is to make, to sell to the students data science.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Dr. Vyas. So, first of all, we have to start with the uh, why data science. Why data science is so required at the moment of time at present. That is first thing, because it is job oriented. Because in most of the I will say 75 or 80% cases, students are taking admission to learn and to get a good placement. That is first thing. Secondly, in order to ensure that they should start love with programming, let us see, nowadays we are having low code environment, no code environment. So like Power BI or Tableau, wherein like we create a lot of different we can slice and dice the data to create various sort of visualizations and all. It really requires no drag and drop things and all these things. Let us start with such kind of fundamental things, wherein like, so that like students should start getting attracted to the platform. That is the first part. Secondly, so far there is no such concept of programming coach, but if we can introduce a programming coach who will basically help those students who are basically getting scared of how to write program and all these things, let us handhold them. Like, okay, let's, don't worry. So this is how, like, so I remember those days, like in our days also there were students, and certainly during that time data science and those things were not there. In fact, we used to work on C++, COBOL, all these things. But at that point of time also, I used to see this, some of the students are very much get scared of writing program and all those things. So it depends upon the way it is being conveyed to the students how to start with writing a single line of code. That is first thing. So as I believe, like Mr. Harsh has already told, like currently we are basically focused on like it's all sorts of open source programming, like whether it is Python, R, Scala, all this. So these programs are more of function based program. There we really don't require a lot of code to write down. It is more of like calling the functions, calling the objects, and write it down. So like for that also I would suggest, like if not only the faculties, but I think like a few months back Miss Neha also talked about, like if they can go for some sort of certifications wherein the basic of Python can very well be explained during the course. So like if we can go with that one as a parallel topics, that will also help them to groom up their programming skill. See, like at the end of the day, being a BTech or maybe being an MTech, it is likely possible that they will be acting as an engineer in the early phase of career. So being an engineer, they have to get into the coding part. I will not say like they will always be placed maybe as a business analyst or something else, or maybe data analytics kind of role. It may happen that they will be into a core technical role. So in order to get into a core technical role, it is needed to have a good depth into the programming part. But in order to come out of the sort of it's like a scary thing, it is always good to start with some small pieces of code blocks. Like maybe as I told, like they can start with no code environment or low code environment programming, and following to that they can start with a higher version. But yes, there must be some sort of coaching that can, or maybe mentoring that can help them to come out of such kind of phobia, I would suggest.
Thank you. So my last questions to you, Sandeep sir, that you have are working in Altair. So you are actually giving the demonstration of the Altair tool, which is basically a data analytics tool. Now, suppose a student comes from an institute like MUJ for internship at Altair, and he doesn't have this programming type of experience. How difficult it is for him to learn the tools that you have developed?
Okay. Right. Thanks, Dr. Pankaj. So yeah, I'll start from your earlier question, and just adding to Mr. Sridhar and Mr. Harsh, and even what Mr. Shubhajit mentioned. Right. Definitely for being a successful kind of candidate for data science, you need to have stat knowledge. Right. You have to basically infer and derive insights from the large scale
People,
data.
students will love to have a statistics knowledge. So
Yes. Yes.
whenever
Yeah.
there's some sort of programming, they have to ask to do something that they have some phobia, they have some inherent fear. We have to overcome that.
Right, right. So for that, what that the third part, what even Mr. Shida mentioned, is the coding part, right? So coding, right now, as Mr. Shubhajit also mentioned, the tools are available. The no code or low code kind of tools are available. But again, still, I would recommend as a student have to initially that phobia at least have to remove, because you can get a feel of that whole data science with these tools. But again, these models what you're using here, like the ML models and all, these should not be black box for you. You should be knowing what all is happening. So at least you should be having some know-how, at least start learning on that front as well. But again, coming to your question, with Altair, definitely a student coming in, he can jump into this field with these tools which are, I would say, low code tool, where all these the features are available. They can just drag and drop. They can do all EDA part. They can understand their data. They can start working with different ML models, do the evaluation of those ML models, right? So all those kind of stuff, definitely they can do with these tools. And this is very important as well. If I give you an industry perspective, the huge amount of data that is available, and there's a study like we are only basically utilizing only 12% or 15% of the data that is available, right? So even we need not to again code everything, right? If something is available, we can reuse it. If a feature is available to quickly do some, say, anomaly detection, we can use it, right? So no need to reinvent the wheel time and again. You can use them and focus and utilize your more time to basically deriving insights from the data that is available, instead of coding day and night. So definitely there is where these kind of tools come into picture, which are we say low code or no code kind of a tool, right?
So
Thank
with
you,
your
Sandeep,
permission,
sir.
with your
Yeah,
permission, sir, if I can just
yeah,
actually
please,
ask a
please go ahead, sir.
question. Sridhar, what would be your perspective, because you are hiring these guys day in, day out into the organization, and what kind of percentage do you see really the skills and the
Okay. So, see, when we are hiring for the data science, there are like three parts to the data science execution of any data science project. Three parts, I would say, three parts. One is what we call it as the data engineering phase, where I think we collect the data from the different sources. It could be IoTs, or it could be from the data versus data lakes, or other sources, where you need to have the skills of a candidate who has experience in building data pipelines, the person who has experience in building futures and the other future stores, etc. So that's the kind of one data engineering piece we call it. Then we need another person or the same person who needs to build the models. It could be any statistical model, it could be any deep learning model, it could be any computer vision models. That's the second part of it. And then you need to have the third person or the same person who needs to actually deploy these models, who needs to monitor these models, who need to understand whether these models are explainable to the end users or in a consumable form, etc. So these are the three parts to it. And if you really look at the first part, which is the data sourcing, data pipelines, future stores, you need to have the knowledge of the programming language. We cannot put that. The third part of it, which is again the deployment, the monitoring, etc., you need to have a good amount of programming skills. So the middle part of it, which is the model building, whether you select the type of model that you do, whether you are, assigning weightages to your models, assigning hyperparameters to your deep learning models, etc., inferring your models. Those things, I think, can be done with less of programming knowledge. Somebody we would look at like very deep person who has statistics or kind of a computer vision specialist or image specialist, those kinds of areas. So that is how we will look at it. The second trend which is happening, which is good for student, is that there is a technology maturity that is happening. And if you really look at Google's or Microsoft's or IBM's or other startup companies, even some of the startups in Silicon Valley, they are trying to bring in some kind of what you call as auto ML platforms, where I think the entire process of sourcing the data, building the models and deploying is done in a drag and drop mode to a greater extent. I wouldn't say that 100% still you need certain customization, but then these auto ML platforms which are coming into the marketplace would reduce the amount of coding that is required from the data scientists traditionally, but it will not eliminate it at this point of time. Still, we have not come to that stage. So that's my view.
Thank you, Sridhar. So last, I think you have to push not push, rather, I think students can be motivated to play with the code. Just to give a perspective, some of us who are 45 plus, I still remember, I think it was Hong Kong or some other place, all of us, right from the chairman itself, actually worked on MongoDB database in one of the partner summits. So if we could do it, who had never coded for 20, 30 years, I think there is not a problem. I think Sridhar will recollect what I'm talking about. Over to you.
Sorry, I was on a mute. So one important thing that I would like to add over here is like how a student wants to see his future in next 5 to 10 years. So that also depends. So as Mr. Sridhar already told, like nowadays we are having quite a number of platforms wherein we can use the code as a service, whether it is a ML code, whether it is anything we can. However, certain level of customization is always required. In fact, Mr. Hers has also told that one, like at IIM level as well. Even like I have seen like students from ISB, IIM, they are working on Power BI or Tableau, and they are writing codes in Python. So somewhere or other, I feel that it is very much important, vital to start working on the coding part. Yes, I'm not saying like it is the same as what we used to do decades ago, but yes, at the moment of time also, even though we have progressed a lot, but still somewhere or other, like we can't completely dependent upon whatever is available there on the maybe on the cloud or so. Like we can very well use that one. Somewhere or other we have to customize. Even we are using Power BI also, if in order to create some of our custom tools, we have to write down program at the back end. Even for Excel as well, like we have to write down program as a macro. So somewhere or other, like we have to have such kind of knowledge, programming knowledge at the back end. So students have to get either self-motivated, or as I told, like there must be a coach who can basically help them or handhold them to groom up in the coding part. Thank you.
Python, there are a lot of libraries people are directly using. So it is just if we guide them with some projects, and they are doing their self-learning. So I don't think there is phobia with the Python that is coming up, and a lot of people are using MATLAB tools. There are also very good toolboxes are there. People are doing really good and building the projects in some 10 days or 15 days. So that's the advancement that has happened in the programming I feel that is there. Yeah, thank you.
Just to add, Pankaj sir, even these tools, what we say, the low code kind of a tool, they gives a flexibility as well, right? Even, all these, models, the ML models, be it deep learning or say, the regression model, they are available, right away, drag and drop and use. But the flexibility what they give is you can, bring in your code as well, right? So they give you option, you can break in, and once you are done with the, your model, you are tested it, then you can basically generate a code right away from there, and downstream you can consume that code in wherever you want to use into your application. So that's the flexibility that is there. So it's kind of a hybrid approach. Even the students who are good at coding, they can also use it, and even students who have some kind of a phobia, they can also start and then eventually grow, right? So that's the flexibility that is there.
Thank you. Yes, Neha.
I think it has proven to be a very fruitful session because I've been getting texts from students saying that yes, ma'am, we wanted to ask this only because it has turned out to be a very healthy discussion, or almost all the dimensions have been covered.
So, Neha, I thank all the experts on the behalf of Department of IT. Please excuse me, sir. I am saying you live, but you are not the people who seems to be seen live. You have to be physically interacted. So I promise to all of you that I will see you in MUJ campus sometimes at the time of your choice and liking. So please accept our sincere thanks. Really, that you have found the time from your valuable time to interact with us. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Definitely, our students will enjoy the sessions. If you can take out time from your busy schedule, it will be very fruitful for all of us, not only the students, but also for us as academicians, because we do not get much chance to interact with industry professionals on the go. So if you people start coming here, we'll get more exposure.
So we'll call you sometimes at the time of your choice, at the time MUJ campus, sir. Please oblige us at that time, whenever we contact you.
Sure.
Sure, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
With this thought, we would like to conclude the
Thank you,
session. I once again thank all of our panelists and also Dr. Pankaj Vyas for this wonderful data science conclave. I hope we get to conduct these sessions more often now physically. So thank you all for coming. Have a good evening, all of you. I would like to inform everybody about tomorrow's sessions. So tomorrow we are having another expert talk from Mr. Deepak Batra of HCL Technologies from 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. And then there will be a hands-on workshop session on AI and ML by Mr. Ashraf Sanakal, engineering data scientist at Altair. So we are hoping that everybody joins tomorrow as well, because this is again going to be a very insightful session. So thank you everybody for coming. Have a good day, all of you.
Thank you. Thanks,
Thank
Neha.
you.
Thank you. Thanks, Harsh sir. Thank you, Sridhar sir. Thank you, Sandeep sir. Thank you, Shubhajit sir. Thank you, Dr. Yash.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.